जय जय हे।
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As we gather today for the Marketing Conclave 2024, organized by Marketing Club of Balaji Institute of Pune, themed Marketing in a Transformative Business World, we seek the blessings of the Almighty for a successful and enlightening event. To mark the auspicious beginning of our event, we would like to invoke the divine blessings of knowledge and wisdom by lighting the ceremonial lamp.
We request our esteemed dignitaries on the dais to kindly come forward and light the lamp, symbolizing the dispelling of darkness and ushering in of wisdom, and give floral tribute to our beloved Balasa.
गणनायकाय गणदैवताय गणाध्यक्षाय धीमहि गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय गुणेशानाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि
एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि।
May this light guide us through an enriching and successful journey of learning and growth today.
Honored dignitaries, distinguished guests, and cherished student managers, we are delighted to have you with us today. This event serves as a platform to discuss and explore how to master marketing in a transformative business world. We are privileged to have esteemed speakers who will share their insights on this topic.
We are deeply grateful for the presence of our keynote speaker, Mr. Lokesh Yadav sir, Global Category Head, Bajaj Auto. To express our gratitude, I would like to invite Dr. Rashmi Mahajan ma'am, Deputy Director, BIIB, to kindly felicitate Mr. Lokesh Yadav sir and Mr. Amit Dandare sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Respected chief guest, we are proud to share that Sri Balaji University Pune encompasses several prestigious institutions dedicated to excellence in education, such as BIMM, BITM, BIIB, and BMHRD. Additionally, Sri Balaji University encompasses the School of Commerce and Management, School of Computer Sciences, School of Humanities and Social Sciences SHSS, School of Liberal Arts SLA, Balaji School of Law BSL, School of Actuarial Sciences SAS, Balaji School of Media Communication and Journalism BSMCJ, and Balaji School of Online and Digital Learning BSODL. Beyond this, we also have Balaji Law College, BLC, at undergraduate and graduate levels, the Balaji College of Arts, Commerce and Science, BCACS, and Balaji Junior College of Arts, Commerce and Science, BJCACS. These institutions are renowned for their contributions to management education and have been ranked among the top in India.
According to the Times B School Ranking Survey 2024, Sri Balaji University Pune has secured the top position as a #1 private university in Maharashtra and West India. It holds the prestigious position of being the 4th ranked private university in India.
We are honored to invite Dr. Sonali Malewar ma'am, faculty BIIB, Sri Balaji University Pune, to deliver the welcome speech.
A warm good morning to all the dignitaries on the dais, my dear colleagues and beloved students. It is with great pleasure and enthusiasm I welcome you to this year's Marketing Conclave, where we gather together to discuss one of the most critical themes, the future of our industry, marketing in the transformative business world. I'm absolutely thrilled to see bright minds, innovative thinkers, and passionate professionals gathered here today. This conclave represents not just a gathering, but a convergence of ideas, strategies, and insights that will shape the future of marketing. As we all know, the marketing landscape has changed dramatically over the past decades, and it continues to evolve at an unprecedented pace. Today, we are the intersection of technology, consumer behavior, data analytics, and creativity. Over the course of this conclave, you will hear from some of the brightest minds in the industry, leading experts, thought leaders, and trailblazers who will share their knowledge and insights. From data-driven marketing strategies to the latest in AI and automation, we'll be diving deep into the trends that are reshaping the way we connect with consumers. But beyond the presentations, I hope this conclave serves as a platform for networking, collaboration, and shared learning. As we embark on this journey together over the next few hours, I encourage you to engage actively in the sessions by asking questions and challenge the conventional way of thinking. The future of marketing is being written right now, and it's up to all of us to contribute to the conversation. So, once again, a heartiest welcome to a Marketing Conclave 2024 at Sri Balaji University, Pune. Let's make the most of this opportunity to learn, connect, and grow together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
It is our great honor to introduce our keynote speaker, a distinguished leader whose contributions have left an indelible mark on the global stage. I request Student Manager Aprup Ghara to kindly introduce and welcome our keynote speaker, Mr. Lokesh Yadav, Sir, Global Category Head, Bajaj Auto.
Good morning, everyone. I am Aprup Ghara, Student Manager, Balaji Institute of International Business. Take absolute honor to introduce today's keynote speaker, Mr. Lokesh Yadav, sir. Mr. Lokesh Yadav is a seasoned marketing professional with over 12 years of extensive experience in brand management and strategic roles across diverse industries, including FMCG, paints, and automobiles. An MBA graduate from the prestigious Faculty of Management Studies, FMS Delhi, Mr. Yadav has honed his expertise in building impactful brands and leading high-performing teams. Currently serving as a global category head at Bajaj Auto, he plays a pivotal role in driving the company's market share and brand presence across international markets. With his deep understanding of consumer behavior, innovative strategies, and a proven track record, Mr. Yadav continues to set benchmarks in the dynamic and ever-evolving world of marketing. Dear all, please join hands and welcome Lokesh Yadav sir on the dais. The stage is all yours, sir.
Is the presentation working fine? Yeah. This, right? So, we need this slide. Sure, thank you. Good morning. Good morning, all of you. Thanks, Ayush. Ayush, right? Thanks, Ayush, for the approve. Thanks, Approve, for the introduction and the warm welcome. So as Approve mentioned, I've got 12 years of experience, started with consulting, then moved to marketing, and now, with almost 10 years of marketing experience, I can say I have a fair experience in domestic marketing. 5 years back, moved to international marketing because I wanted exposure, and that is how my journey in international marketing started with Bajaj Auto. Now here, so I'll, a disclaimer before I get into the presentation. And this, I can say, basis my experience for the last 10 years, that there are core fundamentals of marketing which have not changed in the last decade or so. And this, which I have personally experienced. However, what changes is, or what matters as time moves, is the relevance. How relevant are you? And how do you leverage the fundamentals of marketing into the changing world? So with this, I start my presentation. Amit Dandare, who's the alum of this prestigious institute, told me that it's better to give the students a flavor of what international marketing is all about and how is it different from domestic marketing. So I start with identify or laying out the differences between domestic marketing and international marketing, what is more relevant for international marketing, and then I get into the fundamentals, the core principles which have helped me navigate through this changing or the transforming world. Yeah. So first, as I said, the core principles of marketing do not change. I'm sure you would have read about the 4 Ps in Philip Kotler in your sessions with your professors. I'll start with them, that these are the basics and the common threads, common principles between domestic marketing and international marketing. So first, as you all know, the first P is product. Now when I talk about product, of course I will not get into the details, but product, depending on the market you wish to enter, depending on the category you wish to enter, it can be a product for an existing market, for an existing customer, which we call the red ocean strategy, or it can be a completely new product, which we call as innovation, which caters to the blue ocean, or what we call as blue ocean strategy. Depending on the market, depending on the customer, depending on the need, whether do you want to introduce a product in the existing category segment, or do you want to disrupt the market by introducing a product for which there is no existing need, but there exists a latent need. Second, I move to pricing. Again, an extension to the product. If you are introducing an innovation, a completely new product to the world, you might choose to leverage a premium. You might take a premium pricing strategy, or if it is in a product in the existing segment, existing category, if you are taking the red ocean game, then you might choose to follow the penetrative pricing strategy, which is nothing but you offer the product at a relatively lower price so that the product penetrates, drive adoption, and then move forward. Thank you. Third P is place, what we also call as distribution. again, distribution can be offline, online. Offline is what we refer to as channel. It can be the dealer, it can be wholesaler. Then moving to online. Online is, as you all are getting exposed to the online world, you might choose to list your product on the e-commerce platforms. Depending on the product and the pricing strategy, you also choose the distribution strategy. For instance, if it's a premium product and if you want to drive exclusivity, if you want to have that exclusivity image with the product, you might choose to restrict your distribution. Brands like Louis Vuitton, Chanel, they restrict distribution strategy because they want to be labeled as exclusive brands. Versus a mass brand or a Me Too brand where the core would be distribution, where you want product to be present everywhere. So a customer or a potential buyer reaches a shop, he should see the product. That is what is the mass strategy. Fourth P is the promotion, where it's all about how do you take the product to the prospective customer. You may choose an ATL medium, which is above the line. You may choose a BTL medium, which is below the line. You may choose a digital medium. Depending on the strategies, you might change or you might devise your own 4P strategy. Now this 4P framework is common to domestic marketing, common to international marketing. In fact, now Bajaj Auto is present in close to 100 countries. Now, we do not have an active participation as a marketeer. I do not have an active engagement in all these 100 countries. But yeah, 20 to 25 countries which contribute to almost 80% of the Bajaj's international business. I can confidently say that when we enter into the market, we use this framework of 4Ps. Now next, I move to the extension of 4Ps which are relevant to international marketing. They might not be that relevant for domestic marketing, but when I stepped into international marketing, these 3Ps became extremely relevant for me. First P is the people. Now here, I would like to share a personal anecdote. When I joined Bajaj Auto on 23rd December 2019, that was my first stint into automobile industry, my first exposure to international marketing. Right after my joining, a month later, I was into a call with a distributor in Nigeria, proposing a new marketing campaign for a market called Nigeria to that distributor, in fact, the entire distributor team. The CMO of that distributor team was an individual who had close to 20 years of work experience into that market. He understood the market and into that company. So he understood the customers, he understood the market, and he was on the call. And me, who did not have an experience in automobile industry, that was my first discussion on launching a campaign in an international market. When I was presenting the idea, I received a pushback from the distributor CMO saying that, look, Lokesh, all this aside, let me tell you, I understand the customer, I understand the market, so what you are proposing is not correct. Now imagine, that was my first interaction with an international marketing head in Nigeria, and where I was proposing a campaign to be taken forward in that market. And this is the first interaction. Now what do? I resisted, but beyond the point, I could not take that conversation forward because I knew that that guy had the understanding of the market. And for me, because I had never traveled to Nigeria, that was my first interaction of that market. And so that conversation did not take forward. The next conversation, so I said the best I could do was to postpone that conversation. And I said, Anish was the marketing head. I said, Anish, let me come back to you. Let's have another round of discussion 2 weeks later, after a fortnight. So that is what best I could do in that first interaction. Then I had gone and narrated the entire incident to the vice president of West Africa business. I said, this is what had happened. He said, this is bound to happen. This is bound to happen, and this is not the first time which you will encounter this. This will happen in all your interactions moving forward. This time it was CMO from Nigeria. Next time, it might be CMO from Philippines. Or next time, it might be CMO from Cambodia or from Colombia, Mexico. So then he said, you need to fix this. You need to sort it out. And then, right after that, I got in touch with a research agency. I said, I need to understand the market. I need to do a quick consumer dipstick to understand the market, to hear from the consumer what is the consumer saying, and then back it up with my proposal. That is how I started. And a fortnight later, my, again, interaction with the same CMO, my first 2 slides were all about understanding of Nigeria as a market. And I presented that this is the consumer speak. This is what consumer in Nigeria is saying, and hence, this is the proposal. Thankfully, the presentation went in the right direction, and we went ahead with the campaign. The lesson learned was in international marketing, especially in international marketing, when you are dealing with multiple countries, multiple professionals who are more experienced, who are in that country for quite some time. The key is, how do you leverage people? You cannot excel in international marketing, especially, and I repeat, especially if you are talking about more than 20-25 markets at one go. You cannot navigate unless until you leverage people, unless until you take expertise of the local people there and move forward. So that's people, of course, might be relevant for domestic marketing, but here I'm talking about not just internal stakeholders, I'm also talking about external stakeholders, people in the agencies. So we here at Bajaj Auto, our mainline agency is Ogilvy. Now, when I say Ogilvy, we have Ogilvy teams from 4 different markets. We have Ogilvy Africa, Ogilvy India, Ogilvy Thailand, and Ogilvy Mexico. Now, for me to interact with one Ogilvy team, I also need to understand the cultural differences which the country pose. I need, for instance, if I speak to Ogilvy team in Africa, I need to be a little bit warm because people there are more emotional. The same conversation, if I'm having with Ogilvy team in Philippines or Ogilvy team in Thailand, I need to come straight to the point because people there do not value emotion. They respect or they value time more. And therefore, you need to straight come to the point. So that's people. Second P is process. Again, reiterating the fact that process is very critical, very crucial to manage the international business. For domestic, even if you do not have processes laid out, you can still manage, you can still navigate, test the waters, and move forward. But for international marketing, you have to have processes in place. Otherwise, you will not be able to deal with markets, countries, multiple countries at one go. So you have to have processes. If there are none, you need to establish your own processes. For instance, going back to the same anecdote, for me, my first process which I had inculcated or incorporated was anytime I am getting into a conversation with the marketing head based out of that country, I need to have a research done for me to understand the customer, for me to understand the pulse of the market before I propose any campaign. So that was one process which I had put in place for myself. There are multiple processes. In fact, Amit can talk about processes which we have put in for sales. There are processes which are put in place for supply chain. Multiple processes, multiple departments. Third P is the partnership. Here, and again, in evidence, I'll quote the recent example of one of the markets which we were trying to crack for the last 2-3 years. It's a market called South Africa, where we did not get acceptance on the 3-wheelers from the customers. What we did is that we said, rather than we investing time and energy in cracking that market, why not get into a partnership with the established players there in South Africa, which operate in South Africa. And therefore, we got into partnership with Uber South Africa, and that is how we cracked the market. All we had to do was to leverage the expertise of the local player there, and that is how the category started. It not just started, the category took off. And as I speak, the category is growing at a rate of 30 to 35% year on year. So with this, I move to the next slide, where I'm going to talk about the unconventional 4 Ps, which I am not sure if you have read in any of the markets, in any of the books, or heard in any of the lectures, but these are the 4 Ps which have really helped navigate my marketing career, not just in domestic, but also in marketing, and also in international marketing. The first P, which I call, is patterns. Very relevant, very important for a marketeer to understand patterns. And there are patterns which exist in segments, in categories, in different markets, different geographies. So as a marketeer, you need to understand patterns before you plan a campaign, before you plan a product launch, before you plan an entry into the market. Second P is positioning. And I'm going to talk about these 4 Ps in my subsequent slides. But second P is positioning. Third P is perception. How do you deal with perception of your product in the mind of the customers? And fourth P is perspective, right? So I move into these unconventional 4 Ps, and before I move, are there any questions so far in terms of understanding domestic versus international marketing? How is domestic different from international marketing? Or anything which comes to your mind before I move to the second phase of my presentation? Yeah. Okay. So if there are none, then I move to the second phase, starting with the first P, which is the patterns. Do all of you understand the difference between a fad and a trend? No? Okay. How many do not understand? Okay. So then let me take a moment to explain what is a fad, what is a trend, and then what is a pattern. A fad, what we call, is a very short-lived experience or a short-lived phenomena, right? Trend is something which is here to stay. And I'll elaborate further with the examples. Trend is something which is here to stay. A fad is very short-lived. You see something which suddenly erupts either on social media or in the market, where you see customers or the end consumers following that. But you are not sure whether it is there to sustain, whether it will be there in future. That's a fad. Trend is something which starts slowly, it evolves. It catches on. And that is there to stay. So as a marketeer, you should have that knack to understand what is a fad, what is a trend. Now patterns, unlike fad, is also long-lived, but it appears in cycles. So it is like a trend which is long-lived, which is there to stay, but it appears in cycles. So while as a marketeer, you might not catch the difference between a fad and a trend, but you have to understand, you have to have an understanding on the patterns. I'll take an example. So this example is from the paints industry, where at one point of time, I was driving the premium category, and I used to drive the brand called Velvet Touch for ExxonMobil India. Have you all heard of Velvet Touch? It's an interior emulsion. It's a premium emulsion brand. Okay. So there, at one point of time, in the consumer research, it threw that now consumers are more gravitating towards wallpapers. They are more gravitating towards wall finishes. So that is what came in the consumer research. Now, as a marketeer, Now, as a marketeer, I was told to take a call whether should we introduce a variant which caters to this growing demand of wallpapers or a finish, or should I wait and watch? Now, the downside of me, proposing a new product or a new variant to R&D team, saying that, look, there is a consumer research which says that the consumer is tilting towards the new product, which is, let's say, wallpaper or finishes, and therefore we need to introduce a new variant, which would have resulted in companies or the R&D's resources spent in terms of time, the human resources as well as the financial resources. But the upside was that if I were to able to introduce or launch a product, it would have resulted in volume growth. The other downside, if I do not choose to, if I still, waited for that trend or for that change in perception to grow, I would have missed the bus that we would have been the laggards in introducing that paint, that finish or that wallpaper into the category. Thankfully, we did not take a call. We said we rather wait and watch and hear more from the consumers. What it turned out to be was fad. Another example, another research said that consumers are now moving from sheen finish. Sheen is what we call shine on the walls. They are moving from sheen finish to the matte finish. Again, came from the research. Consumers said that no, we prefer a subtle finish on the wall, which we call it as matte. Now, again, the same question, should we introduce a variant which matches this changing consumer need? Should we wait? We went ahead. What it turned out that it became a trend. It became a trend that there was a portion of consumer segment which had moved from wanting a sheen finish to wanting a matte finish. Have you understood the difference between a trend and a fad? So at one end, there was a consumer research which showed that consumers want wallpaper, but it did not long last. It was momentary. After a season gone, it did not reappear. But a trend was that now consumers wanted a matte finish, which eventually started moving or which eventually started growing. So that's fad, trend. Now I come to pattern. Pattern is that I know that the paint business or the paint sales will pick up in the season, right ahead of Diwali season. Now that's a pattern. It is long lasting, it is recurring, it appears. So that's the difference between a fad, a trend, and a pattern. Another example, I talked about auto. We all know EV, electric vehicles, now has become a trend. We all know eventually EVs are here to stay. So that's a trend. Now the pattern is, as a marketer, for me to decode that if EV takes off, the adoption will be high in which geography? The adoption will be high in which segment of the consumer? That's a pattern. So that as a marketeer, you need to understand. Are we good so far? So as I said, we as a marketeer, you might contemplate to understand whether it's a fad or whether it's a trend. But you should always be on top of patterns. Even if it is a fad, it's a trend, you should be on top of the patterns because patterns is what sets you apart. Trend, fad, eventually you will get to know. But pattern, you should be on top of it. You should understand that even if it is a fad, it will pick up in certain markets, it will pick up in certain seasons or in certain months. Yeah? From patterns, I move to the next P, which is positioning. All of you understand what positioning is? Okay. So positioning, in simple terms, what do you want your consumer to perceive of your product, right? But the key is that positioning is not what you do to the product. It's what you do to the mind of the customer, right? So I'll take example of Bajaj when we first entered in Africa. So when we first entered in Africa, which was 2 decades back, it was all a play between Chinese and Japanese. Chinese were operating purely on price point, and Japanese were operating purely on the product. However, consumers in Africa are very price sensitive. So they were tilting more towards Chinese because they could not afford the Japanese. All of them wanted Japanese products, but they could not afford, and therefore they started moving towards Chinese. And that is how Chinese industry grew in Africa. Now, when Bajaj entered in Africa, we knew that we were somewhere bridging the gap between Chinese and Japanese players. We were not as premium as Japanese. We were affordable, so to say, and at the same point, we were offering the product quality which the customers in Africa wanted, right? That is how Bajaj entered. Now, the first thing which we did, which the erstwhile marketing team in Bajaj did, is to own a positioning. Japanese were always there, but they never thought about durability. From the research, from the market visits, from the consumer understanding, we got to know that that the African customer wants durability out of the product. He wants reliability. Unlike Chinese, which were cheaper to buy, but after 4 or 5 months started giving problem. So the customer definitely was not happy. So what we did not just have the product, we also positioned the brand Boxer, which is the highest brand which has been exported out of India so far. It has crossed 10 million last year. So that's the first Indian brand to be exported outside India and crossing 10 million volume. So we positioned the brand on durability. Now that is one word which we owned. If you go to any market in Africa today, and by the way, we are the market leaders in Africa now, there are multiple articles published online where it says how Bajaj decimated 140 Chinese players out of Africa. That if you Google, you will see. And that was all done on the basis of positioning. We owned that word durability. Now you go to any market in Africa, be it Nigeria, be it Kenya, be it Tanzania, be it Angola, one thing which you ask a customer about Boxer, 90% of the chances he would say durability or other manifestations of durability. He might say reliability, but that all boils down to one word, which is durability. That's how we own that word, and that's how the positioning in the marketing parlance is important. Now, back in 70s, 80s, there used to be an era called product era, where all the marketeers used to talk about how their product is superior or how their product is differentiated vis-a-vis the competition. So that era used to be the product era. Come 90s, that product era moved to the image era. Because of the Me Too communication, which killed product era, we moved to image era. Now, what's image era? Image era was the time when the companies started promoting their brand. When I say brand, it was the mother brand. You might have seen and might recall the famous Bajaj Chetak advertisement where it says, Hamara Bajaj. That was the time when companies moved from marketing the product to marketing the brand. Because end of the day, the customer was not buying the product. The customer was buying the brand. But unfortunately, like the Me Too products killed the product era, the Me Too brands killed the image era. And then the needle moved to what we call the positioning era. From there, we started moving to positioning a particular brand. So, talk about the same example, Bajaj, where earlier the communication or the advertisement was on Hamara Bajaj. We started talking about positioning, how Pulsar is positioned on power, how Boxer is positioned on durability. Now we do not talk about Bajaj. we have owned a word which is synonymous to the brand in the prospective customer's mind. And that is how it has changed. And it is not just Bajaj story. If you see all great brands, talk about HUL, Unilever's. From Unilever's, how they have moved to creating the power brands. Now they hardly advertise Unilever's. They advertise Lux, they advertise Brooke Bond, they advertise different Sunsilk as a shampoo. So that is the positioning era which I'm talking about. In Bajaj or my previous companies, ExxonMobil, all the brands had one positioning. So Bajaj Boxer, which I said, is positioned on durability. Here is another example. There is a market in West Africa called Guinea, where we knew that Bajaj is well known. Bajaj is a trusted brand in Africa. We launched Bajaj Boxer in that market. Unfortunately, the brand or the product did not take off. The category driver in that market was fuel efficiency. We started communicating fuel efficiency on Boxer. It did not gel well, or it did not go well with the customer there. Because for the customer, Bajaj Boxer meant durability. And then we realized that if the category driver is fuel efficiency or mileage, and if we have to convince or communicate mileage, we have to launch another brand. And that is how we started. We launched Bajaj CT as a brand in that market, because Bajaj CT always stood for mileage. So Boxer, irrespective of any market, irrespective of any segment. So in Africa, Bajaj Boxer goes into a commercial segment. You move slightly towards North Africa, a market called Egypt. The same product is used as a commuter segment. You move to Latin America, the same product is used in delivery segment. All these three different markets, different segments, different usages. But the positioning is same, durability. The communication or the manifestation of durability can differ. But the DNA, the core to the brand remains same. And that is how we have built brands. Pulsar, CT, Dominar, Bajaj, Boxer. Next, I move to the third P, which is the perception. Now, there is a very thin line between positioning and perception, because ultimately, positioning is also what consumers perceive. But the difference is that when I talk about positioning, positioning is what you want consumers to perceive of your brand. Perception is what consumers perceive of your brand, right? I'll tell you a relevant example. If I talk about Bajaj in India, what comes to your mind? Pulsar, correct. If I talk about Bajaj, first thing which comes to your mind is Pulsar. If I talk about Bajaj in Africa, Boxer. If I talk about Bajaj in Sri Lanka, it is the three-wheeler that comes to a customer's mind. If I talk about Bajaj in Colombia, in Mexico, it's Dominar. So that is how perceptions are built. While a marketeer may try to position a brand in a certain manner, but what gets perceived is what gets played out in the market, right? The marketing maverick, Jack Trout, in its book of 22 Immutable Laws of Marketing, the first chapter, if you read, it says the law of leadership. It says it's better to be first than to be better. What that means is that if you are the first entrant in that category, you have made the impact, or you have made the dent in the consumer's mind. The second chapter says that if unfortunately, for some reasons, if you are not the first mover, then you create a niche. Then you be that first mover in a new category. You create a niche in that segment which consumers know you for, or which consumers associate you with. Classic example of Domino's. So we had Pizza Hut, we had Domino's Pizza. But how Domino's drove that perception from a pizza brand to a 30-minute delivery brand. That's how you drive perception in the mind of the consumers. And as it says, marketing is not a battle of products. It's a battle of perception. had it been a battle of products, then the same Bajaj Boxer, which was initially launched in India, did not work. The product failed miserably in India. And that is how when we took it to Africa. So had marketing been all about battle of products, that same Boxer, which is now selling 1 in every 3 products which get exported, would have made the dent in India. But it did not. Because in India, but the perception of Bajaj Boxer was on durability, but the perception was not on durability. It did not get into the durability because Splendor and other brands are already there, which had occupied the mind share. Are we good so far? Any questions? Please feel free to ask. If you have any doubt, if you are not clear with any concept. Yeah, okay. So then I move to my next P, which is the 4th P, which is the perspective. It says the right perspective in marketing can turn a product into a story people want to be part of. And that again takes me back to some great brands. How have they moved the conversation from talking about functional attribute and moving into the emotional space or into the emotional territory? Talk about brands. In fact, you look at, taking example from automobile, how Harley Davidson as a brand has created its own story. How they they created that sense of belongingness by forming Harley Davidson groups. So when a customer like me or you who is buying a Harley Davidson, he or she is not buying a product, Harley Davidson. He or she is buying that part of himself or herself to be associated with that brand story. Another example, Nike. How have they maintained that conversation of celebrating small successes inside every individual? Just do it. Another brand, Maggi. How have they moved from from the product proposition of a 2-minute noodle to that personalized campaign which they did? What's your story? These are all brand narratives. How they have eventually started from creating their own space in terms of positioning, moving the perception, and finally giving a perspective. Finally moving that needle into the emotional space where the customer starts associating with the brand. That's how perspectives are built, and that's how strong brands are built. I'll talk about a very recent reference of, in fact, in our company, we call it a case study. Boxer in Africa has always, as I said, it has always been positioned on durability. But the lead variant for us in most of the African markets was Boxer 100, Boxer 100cc. After COVID, what we realized is that the market shifted to 125cc. What were the triggers for the market to shift to 125cc? Because after COVID, inflation rose, fuel prices rose, but the consumers were not willing to pay more. And therefore, in order to compensate for the rise in fuel prices, the riders started carrying more passengers. And when they started carrying more passengers to earn more, that is when they realized that we need a 125cc, which delivers more power, more torque, and which makes them easy to carry more passengers. Now that is how the trend changed. Now initially we started getting sense of it by looking at export numbers, but as I said, that we were still in the dilemma that whether is it a fad because there was a lot of pent-up demand after COVID, or would it be a trend? We waited, and unfortunately, our biggest Indian competition, TVS, they latched onto that changing segment trend, which eventually now became a trend. But as a result, we could not have that first mover advantage in the 125cc. Now, a classic example of a brand which stood for durability, which was positioned on durability, which was perceived as a durable brand, that equity did not move from a 100cc to a 125cc segment. When we started communicating durability on Boxer 125cc, riders did not believe. They said for us, it's TVS 125, which is more durable brand. Why? The law of leadership. If you are first into that segment, you get the mind space. Now, what do? What we did is that we changed the game. While we knew that the positioning has to be on durability, we cannot move away from the core DNA of the brand, which is durability. How do we change the perspective? How do we change the entire story? Or how do we change the definition of durability in the mind of the customer? And that is when, in fact, Amit was part of this. In fact, he was also included, he was part of this journey who took this new proposition, new campaign to most of the African markets. We introduced a word called heavy duty. So we said, starting tomorrow, the old Boxer or the new Boxer is a heavy duty Boxer. Now what we did, we changed the narrative while remaining to the core, which is durability. Heavy duty, when we did research, consumer dipstick, spoke to the customers, did market visits, we understood that heavy duty people relate with durability. But of course, it is a superlative of durability. So rather than we calling durability that Boxer 125 is durable, we said Boxer 125 is heavy duty. Excuse me. And 1 year into the campaign, where we leveraged brand ambassadors, different markets, we had leveraged brand ambassadors which resonated with the heavy duty space. We were able to establish heavy duty into the mind of the customers. And now if we go and speak to any customer in Africa, that what is Boxer all about, he would say heavy duty. Now with that one word, which the core of which is durability, has opened more dimensions for the customer. With heavy duty, a customer perceives that Boxer will help me carry more. With heavy duty, a customer perceives that the bike will handle the abuse which comes from different markets. And thankfully, after that, we were able to gain market share in 125cc. So that is how, the positioning, the perception, the pattern, the relevance, perspective, all these play into the marketing world. Different brands, different stories. The end goal is, if you are able to own one word or own one attribute which sticks in customers' mind, either you are first in the category or in the segment, or you create a niche for yourself if you're not in the first category, or if you're not first in the category or in the segment, or you move the needle from talking about functional attributes to emotional attributes. Somehow, all you need is the mind share. Even if you are not first at the marketplace, you need to be first in the mind of the consumer. That's how great brands are built. And that's how, at least in the last 10 years, I have witnessed brands becoming power brands. Any questions so far? Yeah. With this, I move to the last segment where I talk about how do you navigate, how do you thrive in a VUCA world. Is anyone here aware or understand what is VUCA? What does VUCA stand for? Cool. Okay. For everyone's understanding, VUCA stands for volatile. V is volatile. U is uncertain. C is complex. And A is ambiguous. Now, this concept is not just relevant for international marketing. This is also relevant for domestic marketing. or for that matter, any business, not just marketing, any business which you are part of or which you soon will be part of, this acronym, VUCA, will be very relevant. And for you to navigate, to thrive in this fast-changing, transforming world, you have to inculcate certain attributes or certain, as I call, descriptors to navigate through the VUCA world. I'll talk about an example from a country called Afghanistan. Afghanistan, after Taliban takeover, the market opened up and we saw a surge in the demand coming for two-wheelers. We decided to do the launch and do a big marketing campaign in Afghanistan. We somehow managed to get our creative agency, fly to Kabul, do a product photo shoot, because we wanted the visuals, the creatives, to be relatable, to be relevant of that market. And how do you do that? It's best if you capture the riders from that market. If you capture the shots of the terrains, of the roads from that market. We do a photo shoot in that market. We planned for a big campaign, big marketing activation. We went live on day one on all the hoardings, which is the OOH, where the hoardings talked about the new Boxer and the positioning of the Boxer. 1 week later, we heard from the local partners that government agencies, the local government authorities, have started tearing the hoardings. Now, what do we do? In fact, the thing got escalated to a situation where we heard from the local distribution partners that they might soon ban Bajaj Boxer in Afghanistan. Now, that was a crisis situation. What do you do? A typical example of a VUCA world, right? One, you need to act with resilience and you need to be flexible. We immediately got into a call because unfortunately we are still not allowed to travel in that market. We got into a call with the local government authorities, understood what is the challenge. Is the challenge in the brand? I mean, they do not want the brand to come in their market. Is the challenge with the fact that Boxer is associated with an Indian brand? Or is there a problem with communication, which somehow do not comply with their culture? What we understood was that because we had hoardings, we had visuals showing riders riding a bike, that is what the local authorities were not comfortable with. They said, we are fine showing a product on a billboard. What we are not fine is showing a rider, the face of the rider on the billboard. Soon after, we went back to the creative agency. We changed the hoardings in 2 days. Overnight, we changed the creatives at all the locations in Afghanistan. Now, this is an example. The point I intend to make here, that these crisis situations will come. They are inevitable. How do you manage those crisis situations depends on you. How do you move ahead? One is you stop, you shut, and you come back. Second is you manage the crisis situation and you come out as an emerging leader, as an emerging individual, as a winner. How do you do that? You have to be resilient. Come what may, you have to have that resilience of understanding what the situation is. Because if you panic, chances are you will fail. And one great thing, in fact, what great thing which I have learned, which I have inculcated as part of my personality is adapt. How do you adapt? The international marketing, my current profile, where I travel in multiple markets, one thing which the profile has taught me is to learn to adapt. It was there in domestic marketing. In fact, the examples which I'm sharing with you, which I'm quoting right now, you might face in a particular state or in a particular territory within India. All you need is to have that resilience, to be agile. You need to come up with a solution. Because if you do not, then the competition will, and you lose the game. Right? So you need to be agile. You need to be thinking, you need to be street smart. Right? The mindset. You need to have a learning mindset. See, if you have baggages in your mind that no, I'm a marketeer, this is what has worked for me in the past, and this is how I will take forward my next campaign, it's not going to help. That is not how the markets behave, or that is not how the customers behave or the customers respond. You need to have an open mindset. You need to have a learning mindset. And I go back to my first anecdote which I had shared, my first interaction with the CM of Nigeria. Had I had that mindset that where I will not, bend. I will stick to what I have learned, what my mind says. I would not have moved. Trust me, I would not have moved forward with that campaign in Nigeria. You need to have a learning mindset. And one thing which I have not mentioned here is the evolving mindset. You unlearn, you learn, you relearn. And you need to evolve. Different markets, different brands. In fact, I've had the privilege of working in different industries, working with different brands. My marketing journey started with a brand called Kohler. Now, it's into a premium segment. In fact, it's into super premium segment. I used to market lavatories or faucets. Lavatories are the wash basins, faucets are the showers, worth 200,000 and more. Now, how do you sell that product? Because end of the day, it's a ceramic product. How do you sell that to the customer or to the potential customer? You do not sell that product. And as I said, you do not even sell a brand. You sell a story. That how this particular design on a lavatory is inspired from a city called Marrakech in Morocco. And you charge a premium. Right? So you have to have that open mindset. Even because going forward, and this is from a marketeer from one marketeer or the current marketeer to the future marketeers, you need to have that open mindset because challenges will come. Now it's on to you, whether do you want to convert those challenges into opportunities or do you want to move away from those situations saying that, look, here's a challenge. I rather steer my way to a different direction. That's on to you. But one thing which I can vouch for, which I would here recommend, suggest to all of you as my last closing remarks would be that mindset which takes me to the thing called attitude. You need to develop an attitude. In fact, earlier when I used to appear for interviews and I never knew because I was never on that part of the table that what recruiters look in the potential candidate. Now I can say confidently because now I have moved to the other part of the table where I've now started interviewing candidates. And this would come handy to all of you. In fact, now if I visit B schools, if you ask me one thing, and I visited multiple B schools for recruitments, for placements, if you ask me one thing, what I value more in a candidate, that would be his or her attitude. I understand that if I am hiring a candidate for a marketing, for a management trainee position in marketing, I do not expect that individual to be thorough with the technical knowledge, right? What I expect that individual is to come with a positive mindset, is to come with a positive attitude. And trust you me, recruiters have that knack, or rather they develop that knack to understand, to figure out in a half an hour interview whether that candidate has an attitude to move to this industry, to move this company or not. And if you fail to demonstrate that attitude, then it would be tough for you. So it's okay not to know everything, but it's okay to always display that sense of eagerness, it's very much required to display that positive attitude that if I join your company, if I join your team, I'm here to learn, I'm here to grow, and last, I'm here to contribute. With that, I end my discussion. Thank you. And thanks a lot for being such a patient and lovely audience. Any questions, please? Or if I may invite Amit for a 5-minute discussion, and then we both will, yeah, please wait.
So, good morning, my name is...
Sorry, Amit, do you mind coming to the stage? We can both take the questions. Yes.
So, good morning, my name is Sangram Pawar.
Sorry, what's your name?
Sangram Pawar.
Sangram. Hi, Sangram.
So, I belong to the international business class over here. I had a few questions about the flagship Pulsar, which is recently been launched.
Sure.
So, the 400 NS, so is the cheapest 40 HP bike on the market right now. And I had the question about how it's been marketed. Since if you compare it to other 40 HP bikes like the Duke 390, it does not really have the KTM madness. Like, it's a talky engine. The top end is not good. So a true enthusiast who would go for a 40 HP bike, like, will he buy that? Or are you confident enough, like, someone who is just getting into motorcycling would buy that machine since it's cheapest? So what's your strategy for that?
Sure. So Sangram, I'll answer that question. But before that, I'd like to make a disclaimer. I am not part of the domestic business. So I have not handled Pulsar in India, right? I handle brands outside India. But still, that said, Pulsar 400 was launched with a mindset that we wanted, and as you said, if you are a true enthusiast, a true motorcycle enthusiast, then I think KTM is the brand for you, right? Pulsar 400 was introduced for a segment which could not afford KTM, but still wanted those specs. Yes, if you compare Pulsar 400 to a KTM equivalent, it is underpowered. That's reality. But that everyone knew. So a customer who today is buying a Pulsar 400 would not be a KTM or a Husqvarna, or for that matter, any true 400cc customer. He's a customer who has bought Pulsar 250cc, wants to upgrade without paying less premium. So that's the TG what we are targeting, right? So Pulsar 400 in no sense is competing against KTMs or Husqvarnas of the world. By the way, KTM and Husqvarna are also part of Bajaj family. You would know that. So they are not competing they're not competing internally. Pulsar 400 is for a customer who has been using Pulsar 250, aspires to move to a 400cc segment, but his or her pocket does not allow to pay that premium to move to a 400cc. Does that answer your question?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thanks, Sangram. Your alum, Mr. Amit Dandare, is also here. If you want to ask questions which are not related to the marketing discussion, anything, how is life after campus? In fact, I myself am an MBA graduate, 2010, 2012. You can ask any questions. And now, Amit and I, we are both part of the team which goes to B schools for recruitment. So you can ask any questions related to topic, outside topic, how is life after campus, how has been the corporate journey so far, how is professional life, any question, please feel free. Yes.
Hello. So my name is Anmol Gautam, specialization.
Sorry?
Anmol.
Anmol.
Gautam.
Hi, Anmol. Yeah.
Specialization in international business.
Okay.
Right. So my question is quite simple. What are the specific skills and capability do you believe for the essential marketing professional that thrives the VUCA words global driven market?
Okay. That tells me you are not paying attention to my presentation. Jokes apart. If you recall the last slide, I had mentioned some 3, 4, in fact 4, 5 skills which are very much needed to thrive in the VUCA world. First and foremost is adapt. You have to adapt. I started my journey when things were moving to digital. Brands were moving to digital. And all the media spends had started shifting to digital. My midway into marketing, spends started shifting to OTT, what we call over the top, which is your Amazon, Netflix, Geos of the world. That was halfway into my journey. And now as I speak, things are moving towards AI, right? Now, in fact, at sometimes we feel that why are we working with creative agencies? Why are we paying bomb to the creative agencies if we can crack a copy? And by copy, I mean the messaging through an AI. And trust me, I'm not sure if you all have tried AI. If I have to search for anything, and even if I have to, if I have a question in mind which I do not have an answer for, I put that just the question on AI. It gives me the exact answer, right? I can crack messaging through AI. That said, would you still need a creative agency like Ogilvy to be in the system? The answer is yes. Yes, because with AI, of course, it can give you the solution. What it will not give you is the perspective, right? You need to see. Okay, as I said, the last milestone for any brand to become a super brand is that if you are able to connect with the customer emotionally. That cannot happen through AI. That can happen only through a human interface, not through an artificial intelligence interface. Now coming to that, I'm saying, now coming to the bigger point, things will change. As I said, I have seen 3 transformations from moving towards digital to OTT, now to AI. But you have to adapt. And now we have management trainees coming into Bajaj Auto from different B schools. They are much more faster. They are much more quicker and have that ability to grasp faster, much more stronger than you. How do you still stay relevant? And how do you stay relevant to that management trainee who knows more about digital than you? Because unfortunately for me, when I started, digital to me was all about Facebook. If I were to, promote a campaign, for me, first thing which comes to my mind when I say digital was Facebook. Somehow I managed to learn Instagram and to start campaigns on Instagram. But beyond that, and then we moved to OTT. But now, the generation like you is much more than Facebook, Insta. You guys are now you have Twitter handle. Honestly, I still do not have a Twitter handle. But as a marketeer, I have to watch out for customers like you who, if one bad experience with a brand and you post it on Twitter, can spoil the reputation. And as you all know, negative publicity travels faster. It spreads faster. So how do you manage that? For you to manage to be on top of everything is for you to adapt. Second thing which I said is about the mindset. You need to have that learning mindset. Learning mindset will come from attitude. You have to have that positive attitude. And as I said, and I reiterate, recruiters, when they will come on the campus, they will look for, of course, they will check for the basic technical skills, but they will look for your attitude, your hunger to learn, your hunger to grow, your hunger to contribute. Amit, anything to add?
I'll cover anyways, but just want to add on one point. He has already covered many points, but related to international business and how you want to adapt or you want to develop something. See, there are around more than 210 countries in the world, right? If you're entering into international water, or let's say you're entering into an international arena, the major thing is how's the customer personification. Every customer in every country, you can simplify it. We have 29 states in India. Let's say you take a continent like Africa, which has 55 countries. So in every country, things change. The culture change. And as culture change, the need analysis of the customer, the problem statement of the customer, what he wants, what he needs, does change. So I think as a marketeer, as well as a student, when we are saying change the mindset or develop a mindset, can you promise yourself that you will read about one country, maybe on a Wikipedia page only, every day? Let's say you'll spend more than 500 days in this campus or 600 days in this campus over these 2 years. Can you go through at least some snapshot of one country each day? It will develop your perspective what kind of variety exists in the world and how it becomes a challenging for a marketeer to cater to very different needs of these customers. So that is on developing on international business.
Any other question?
Excuse me, sir, here.
Yeah.
Sir, my name is Khushi Soni. I wanted to ask you that, as we all know that Sri Lanka's economy has recently been collapsed, so how will Bajaj Auto integrate the critical piece that you explained, that people processes, to the actual VUCA world, that is?
Sure. No, it's a great question. So, but for your information, now Sri Lanka economy has started reviving.
Yes.
So now we are seeing growth in our exports in Sri Lanka market. But I'll tell you a situation where, Sri Lanka, right when it was just before the collapse, we used to export 8 to 10,000 units of three-wheelers in Sri Lanka. And which is why, if you recall, I had mentioned that if you talk about Bajaj in Sri Lanka, first thing is people will say three-wheeler. Their three-wheeler is used for personal segment also. Customers, they use three-wheeler for their personal commute. The country had banned three-wheelers, right? That was the reality some 3-4 years back. Now, how do you navigate through that situation? One is, okay, we are present in 100 countries, forget Sri Lanka, let's focus in other markets, talking about Asia. But then, there we and with the local distributor partner, we liaised with the government, saying that, okay, three-wheeler has been banned, and this was primarily because of, the population of three-wheeler on the roads of Sri Lanka, which started creating nuisance. So then, as a substitute to three-wheeler, we had introduced a quadricycle, which all of you might not be aware of. There's a quadricycle under the Bajaj portfolio, which is called Qute, Bajaj Qute. If you Google, you will see what Bajaj Qute looks like. We had introduced Bajaj Qute in that market. Now, that was a substitute to three-wheeler. In fact, that is what we have done in Egypt also, where the country announced ban on three-wheeler. We've introduced the Bajaj Qute, and the category again took off. Unfortunately, the country collapsed, and we could not export any more vehicles, not just Bajaj Qute, but two-wheelers also. Now, as the country is reviving, what we are doing, again, how do you adapt? We have moved from exports to localization. So there, we have partnered with the local government because the current sentiment from the government is that we should not import. We should develop local manufacturing, which leads to employment, local employment. So we have partnered with the government, with the local distributor partner, and started localizing. So now, from three-wheeler, now we have moved to electric vehicle. Now, electric vehicle, we just ship the frame, everything else, the battery, the assembly, everything is localized, which has now given confidence to the government that we can continue selling more three-wheelers, electric three-wheelers, of course. Yeah?
Thank you,
Does
sir.
that answer your question?
Yes.
Hello, sir. My name is Sneha Rai, specializing in marketing. So have you ever observed a company's country of origin influencing the market perspective towards the brand or product, and how do we deal with it?
Again, a very relevant question to Bajaj's internal discussion also. It's a good question, a question which we ponder, which we face every time we are entering into a market. Now, I'll give you two perspectives here. If I talk about Africa, Middle East, there, if you say that this vehicle is manufactured in India, it is taken as a positive. Because there, it's clear, either it's Chinese or it's Indian OEM. Market like Egypt, where we used to export 10,000 three-wheelers. The brand became synonymous to Bajaji, sorry. People used to call three-wheeler as Bajaji. So the category became Bajaji. Now, TVS, our competition, they entered into that market, and after reading or after speaking to the customers, understanding the pulse of the market, all they had to communicate was that, look, we are also Indians, because the perception was that if it's an Indian brand, and of course Bajaj was driving that perception, if it's an Indian brand, it is durable, it is long-lasting. So all TVS had to do, and in fact it's not just relevant to Egypt, it's relevant to most of the African markets. When they entered, all they had to do was to communicate, we are also Indians, and we are offering you a similar product, but at a cheaper price. So they played the pricing game. Another perspective, and in fact, 2 months back, we had launched Bajaj Pulsar in Spain. Entry into Europe market has been very tough, has been very challenging. Because there, the benchmark is not Chinese. There, the benchmark is the Japs, the Hondas, the Kawasaki's, the Yamahas of the world. So there, the brand equity is at a is very strong. There, if you talk about Indianness, or if you say that I am from India, people will not take you because you are an Indian brand. So that's how the perspectives change. Sometime back, we launched Bajaj in Brazil. Brazil is a market which Honda dominates with 80% market share. When we started communicating that we are from India, it did not cut ice. The customers were not buying us. The needle moved for us only when we started manufacturing in Brazil. We said that, look, we are a brand in your country. The vehicles get manufactured in your country. That is when the needle started moving. And that is when we started seeing adoption from the customers. So there are two different perspectives. Sometimes it helps, markets like Africa, Middle East, it helps if you drive your imagery or drive association with an Indian brand. Markets like Europe, LATAM, or more mature markets like US, Australia, it doesn't. So it's a perspective. What's the frame of reference? Does that answer your question?
You can also have some reverse thing, like it's not only when we export to these countries and then our perception becomes a key reason for our product's acceptance. You can just simply say whatever coming to India also. So let's say when I was in Nissan, we specifically used to mention a Japanese manufactured product. So because a Japanese manufactured product's perception in India is much, much better than, let's say, a Chinese manufactured product, or even, let's say, an Indian manufactured product, right? So when you say brands like Honda, Toyota, even Nissan, you know it is associated with quality. You know it can have a durable life. You know it is a durable brand, right? Similarly, you may have certain perception about Chinese brands when they are coming to India. So you know it is offering me a product in a lower price, but it may not be durable. It can be into the category of use and throw, right? You may have certain perception about brands which are coming from Germany, be it a Volkswagen, Audi. So this country of origin does matter, and it does matter because now culturally people have accepted this product with certain perception, right? And that perception impacts your buying decision. So it does impact, yes. So just to take it, maybe see even Indian, let's say in terms of automobile especially, even Indian OEMs have acquired a legendary brands in the world, right? So Tata has acquired, let's say, JLR, or Bajaj is associated with Triumph or KTM. So these kind of brands, even though now they are associated with Indian OEMs, but they have their separate positioning. So if we are going to Europe, we may have a KTM or a Triumph kind of a brand. So we don't need to associate it with a country, even though it belongs to country. Let's say a JLR is getting sold in China in a abundant quantity. It may not require to associate it with the country or who is the current parent company. JLR itself is a big brand, right? So maybe these kind of adjustments can be done, and few things which are not required to put in the customer's mind, if it works that way, companies prefer that route.
Yeah. See, you have to take a call. If we entered into Spain, we might not play on the Indianness association, right? Because we know we will fall flat. The customer is not asking for it. And therefore, we play specifically on the brand, on the positioning. That Pulsar is a well-known brand in, let's say, 80 countries. That's what we play on. As a marketer, you have to take a choice. You have a choice whether do you want to leverage that association, whether do you want to not leverage that association. A brand takes a stand if there are negative sentiments or positive sentiments against that country of origin. For instance, MG Motors, right? All of us know MG Motors is a Chinese company, the parent, but the association is still with British, right? In fact, all their adverts, the advertisements, they portray MG, Morris Garage, as a British brand. So sometimes you have to take that choice, depending, because there was a negative sentiment against Chinese brands, you have to take a sentiment. And also, as I said, there is some level of association which comes, fortunately, unfortunately, with the parent company, that if you are Bajaj in Europe, you cannot charge a premium over Honda. If you are Bajaj in Africa, you have the right to charge a premium over any other company.
This is the last question.
You can ask.
Hello. Good morning, sir. Sir, my name is Bobby Bajaj. And
Nice to meet you.
sir, currently I'm pursuing MBA in International Business. Sir, my question to you is that, sir, last year I was in Bangalore and I was planning to purchase a bike. My budget was around 1 lakh rupees and the bike came to my mind was Bajaj Platinum or CT100. So, sir, when I went to the showroom, I searched about the bike. I watched the video also on the YouTube. And when I went to the showroom, TVS showroom was next to Bajaj showroom, and I just end up buying TVS Rider instead of Bajaj. Because, sir, what I felt that in Bajaj showroom, what I found is that, sir, the showroom is not quite appealing to compare to TVS. The display of bike is just CT100 outside the showroom, and if you see the ambience, it's just white colored and looks more like a shop than showroom. Sir, what is the strategy or planning Bajaj is going to do to, make the showroom more appealing to the eyes?
My friend, there is no strategy. The only strategy is to improve. Yeah? And it's unfortunate that you moved to TVS. But yeah, I mean, it's more of a feedback. And as I said, I do not, or both of us are not actively engaged in domestic business. So we can't comment on the current situation of the channel. But I take that as a feedback. But if you visit, see, we also taken a conscious call to have a separate brand entity or a separate brand identity for our KTM and Husqvarna showrooms. When we launched Chetak, we said that Chetak also will not sell in the same showroom where we are selling Bajaj Platina or Bajaj CT. TVS, on the other hand, has one strategy or has one distribution for all the brands, right? I'm sure if you visit a KTM or a Husqvarna showroom, or if you visit a Chetak showroom, your experience would be different, right? But that said, I mean, I'm not justifying that we should not have word over giving that experience even to an entry-level customer.
Yeah. This is more than a question. It sounded like a customer concern. So yeah, so there is nothing much to defend here. We'll take it as a feedback.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Your valuable insights and perspective have provided us with a deeper understanding of the new marketing landscape in India.
You have already heard him, but let me formally introduce you with our distinguished alumni, Mr. Amit Dandare, sir, manager at Bajaj Auto and International.
Thank you all of you for being such a lovely audience and patiently hearing me. Thank you. All the best.
You have already heard him, but let me formally introduce you with our distinguished alumni, Mr. Amit Dandare sir, manager at Bajaj Auto and International Business, alumni of SBUP. I request student manager Nishikant Ayrekar to kindly introduce and welcome Mr. Amit Dandare sir.
Thank you. We have the same PPT kept here, right? You want to do this?
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. My name is Nishikant Ayrekar, student manager at Balaji Institute of International Business. Take pride in introducing our own alumni on the stage, Mr. Amit Dandare, sir. Mr. Amit Dandare is a dynamic professional with over 13 years of rich experience in sales and marketing with the automobile industry. A mechanical engineering graduate from Nagpur University, he further enhanced his expertise with a PGDM in sales and marketing from BIMM Pune. Throughout his career, Mr. Dandare has demonstrated excellence in channel management, developing new markets, and enhancing dealer profitability. His vast experience spans domestic and international markets where he has consistently delivered impactful results. He has worked with companies like Mahindra & Mahindra as area sales manager, Nissan Motors, overseeing sales in Gujarat, Goa, and the Vidarbha region, and is presently associated with Bajaj Auto Limited, serving as country's manager for East and South African markets, contributing to the company's international business expansion. Mr. Dandare's strategic insight and leadership continue to make significant contribution to the global automotive landscape. Dear all, please join hands and welcome Mr. Amit Dandare, sir, on the dais. The stage is all yours, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Nishikant. Good morning. Good morning, and thank you to the organizers. Thank you for this. Thank you for inviting us. First of all, Rahul sir and everyone. Thank you, ma'am. And I congratulate you on this organizing this conclave and keeping this topic, which is I feel very evergreen topic, which was relevant 50 years back, and it will be relevant maybe after 50 years. Some of you would want to join this discussion because world is always on a transformation mode. So marketing in a transforming business world will always be, two factors will always be constant and one will be variable. So it will always be relevant. Anyway, so thank you very much. And before I start, I actually kept this line to conclude my 10-minute speech maybe, because now you have a tea time after this, I think. But seeing many of you in the gap yawning sometime, I thought it is better to start with this line. So it goes like, आँखों में नींद तो बहुत होगी, आँखों में नींद तो बहुत होगी पर सोना नहीं है, यही समय कुछ करने का, इसे खोना नहीं है. Right? So this is a relevant thing. I thought like, so good morning again. Okay. So just to take one leaf out of what Lokesh have told, and thank you Lokesh, it was excellent presentation. Just maybe for 30 seconds, can you guys just think of any marketing campaign or an advertise which you have seen maybe in last 30 days, or let's say whatever you remember. Just think of for 30 seconds. I'm not going to ask you, okay? Just think and keep it to yourself. Done? Okay. So any campaign or any marketing, let's say campaign, which is done by companies, if it has stayed with you or created some kind of impact and it had made you to buy this particular product or a service, this is a successful campaign. So in short, this is the definition, I would say, a definition for a successful campaign. So this is a homework for you guys. Whichever brand or a service you've remembered just now, go and read about it, explore it, why it has been done, what was the need, this kind of jargon or a tagline this company would have come, what was the story behind it. So that is just to freshen you up, guys. Okay, so let me introduce myself, and I am one of your own only, so feel free, be you can be a little bit informal if your professors are okay with. So feel free. I'm the same product like which came out of this factory. Okay. So guys, my name is Amit Dandare. I have completed my PGDM course in 2009-11 batch from BIMM Pune. Same campus, same auditorium. It is a feeling of nostalgia, definitely. And I think my journey, what I have done after college or how I have been placed may be relevant for all of you. So I was a mechanical engineer when I entered this college from Nagpur University, and I completed my PGDM from here, and I was placed in Mahindra & Mahindra in 2011. So I was placed, and I was deputed in Rajasthan. So anybody from Rajasthan here? Okay, good. So how after a placement or a company will take you? Guys, okay. So how things will change? Maybe, I don't know if you've been to the 34 districts of Rajasthan, but these jobs will take you to the places. When we say a job or a service, whatever you're offering will take you to the places, they mean like this. So I've served in Rajasthan, I've served in Maharashtra for Mahindra brand. So I was responsible from brands like Scorpio, XUV, or even commercial segment, a Maximo or a pickup. Then in 2017, I have started with Nissan Motors. I was there till 2019. So I was responsible for brands like Redigo and all. In 2019, I have forayed my journey into international business. So I've started with Bajaj Auto. And now I'm taking care of East African countries with Bajaj Auto. I don't know if you have heard these countries like, have you heard DR Congo? Good. Have you heard Guinea? You just heard Guinea. You heard Ghana, Angola, Uganda. So a knowledge of an average Indian about African continent is very low. This is a fact. But there are 55 countries exist in Africa, and the population of Africa would be as close or little bit higher than what India's population would be. So it offers a great opportunity for business. So we do travel to these countries. We do plan, sell vehicles in these kind of countries. Okay. So, and just to inform you, Balaji has not only contributed in my professional life. My wife is also from BIM HRD. So Anna, okay guys, that is not the objective you came into college, by the way. Okay, that is a complimentary plan. If you avail it, it's okay. If you can't, it's okay. Right. So on a lighter note, I can say I have subscribed for Naukri.com, but I also got a Shadi.com subscription, complimentary. So yeah, for that way I can say I'm a true Balaji now. Okay, so when we were thinking and preparing for now, when Rahul has invited us here, what would be the questions or what would be the thought process you guys would be having? So I just thought, in our Indian culture, when some elder goes to a house or when he comes to a house, he's supposed to bring something, right? He's supposed to offer something to younger generation or to young ones. So I was thinking what I'll get for you. So I thought I'll get you something healthy. So I got you an apple. Okay. So this is working? Okay. So when I'm saying apple plays a lot of relevance in developing a wisdom in the world. Newton taught us gravity when apple fell on his head, right? So I just tried to copy him, maybe. Maybe. So I thought like someone who has spent 6 months in a college and is having a journey of, let's say, another 1.5 years in front of you, and everybody who is dreaming or aiming to get into a corporate. So this is a journey from a campus to corporate. What would be your mindset? What kind of a nutrition I can feed you, maybe, so that it will help you for this 1.5 years, and it will also make your journey smooth to enter into a corporate. Okay. So I came up with this concept, like, and which, so when Lokesh said you have to associate yourself with some word, right, which you'll carry. So when we are carrying a durability, when we are carrying a power, you carry this word for tomorrow. Maybe you carry apple with you. So what I mean by apple, so I'll keep it short and simple. what kind of principles or what kind of thought process you should build with yourself for this 1.5 year. When you are, I know in Balaji we have a very limited time after going to home. You are already doing from 8:30 to 6:30 maybe. So in that limited period, how you can develop your approach, your attitude, your preparation, so that it will be smooth process when you when you face a campus. Okay, you still have a good enough time to approach to campus. So when I'm saying Apple, I'm saying A goes for application-based learning. So in next 1.5 year, you will be learning a lot of marketing frameworks like 4Ps or Ansoff or Porter P, whatever, right? Don't let it become only a bookish exercise. Otherwise, it will only become a chatterbox in your interview and it will not create any impact. Relate it with some kind of example, case studies, or have an approach of collaboration, have a group of 5-6 people and try if you can create some case study or you can study some case study. There is enough material available on the internet. Let's say, I'm just giving you one hint. All companies' annual books are available either on their website or you go to NSE website, it is available there. Whatever their annual books. You can access to that. You will know how their business has performed over the years or for that particular year. So, what I'm trying to tell you is apply what you are learning. And as fast you apply, it will be with you and it will be in your memory for a stronger time. Okay, so you don't need to flip the pages when you will actually face the campus. Okay, so that is on a application-based learning. Second is pay attention to consumers around you. So when I'm saying is pay attention to consumers, I know you are not in job currently. So it is practically not your job to go and study a consumer on ground. But develop this habit or attitude as early as possible in your career. I'll just tell you, we are around here, what, 200 people? So somebody is, let's say, when they go to a stationery shop, earlier it used to be Naurang, why somebody is buying Colgate and why somebody is buying Pepsodent? Why somebody is having a Titan watch, why somebody is having a Tag Heuer watch? Why somebody is buying, let's say, a Scorpio, why somebody is buying Innova? So you don't need to go into a market just to understand these things, right? We have a sample size of, let's say, 1,000 people, 1,000 students in this campus. You can have your own surveys or you can even have your own understanding about each other. Why when Rahul is going and he's buying XYZ, when Sumit is going, he's buying XYZ, right? So these kind of observations you can develop. When I'm saying consumers around you, there is a very vast importance given to consumer analysis or a consumer need. From a salesman in a company to a CEO in company, everybody will ask you, customer kya bol raha hai? Okay? This is the core of any, let's say, a marketeer, for a sales guy, or for anybody who is handling a business. So customer kya bolta hai? So don't start it when you actually enter into the field. You can start it here only. Your sample size can be customers like you, or because we all are consumers, right? We don't need to study others. We can study people around us. And consumer behavior, I don't know, this subject will come to you maybe in a second semester. So consumer behavior is in a classroom, it may sound very boring subject, but this is the most important subject which you can practice on ground. So please, it's my request to you, start building that habit and approach of paying attention towards consumers. So third is, this is the mantra of Balaji, right? Problems are opportunities. And it may sound sometimes cliche, okay, every time they're saying the same thing, right? It may sound like, because let's say as a student you think differently. When you come to this side or when you go to corporate, and trust you me, this one mantra has helped me a lot in my life or in my career. Not only in a professional life, in a personal life also. So, and I actually believe whenever you've been offered with a problem, these are the real opportunities. Practically we all are what we are going to be. When we see a manager, what we do? We solve problems, right? Or corporates are hiring you to solve some kind of a problem, right? Which they are facing into their day-to-day business. So, and these are the real opportunities to shine in an organization. Whenever an organization is facing some problem or a business is faced with some kind of a problem, if you can be the guy who can offer some solution, or if you can a guy who can bring something new to the table, this will really help you. The next is learn like a rancho. You heard this? You all have seen Three Idiots, right? So in 2009, college only took us to E Square to watch this movie. So that was one of the great memory. Maybe I don't know nowadays if we are going or not. But when I'm saying learn like a rancho, simplify things. So I'll just put one more addition to this because I think this induction, they have not covered this. In our induction, they used to show us a movie called Bawarchi. You've seen this movie, Bawarchi? It's a movie of Rajesh Khanna, okay? There is one very good line. Why I'm saying learn like a rancho, before I come to that, you are the generation which will face the problem of plenty. You have so much information, so much data available to you that getting to the point or getting to the clear messaging of that particular information is going to be tougher and tougher for you day by day. So how you can bring out some kind of a simplicity or simple concept or something which you can narrate in a minute, maybe. How you can define a machine, maybe how Rancho would define or how Chatur would define. So you can put that kind of messaging. So as there is one dialogue in that movie, it is simple to be happy, but it is very difficult to be simple. Okay. So find corporates or even everybody is looking for these guys who can crack the code of complexity and put it into simplicity. So that is one message, and you should really do it. The last is explore and engage. So this is more connected world. Let's say I'm not from Stone Age, but in 2009 still it wasn't that connected. Now with WhatsApp, LinkedIn, Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram, you are connected. So as a student, so I can say that if I go back to the times, I go back 13 years back, what few things I would have done differently or few things I would have given more importance to. This will be one of the thing, maybe all 4 or 5 which I'm mentioning. So explore. There would be around 20,000 alumni exist of this college in the field, right? Why can't you guys, or not only to alumni, for that say, any industry expert, if you want to approach, you explore which are the people working in which field. If you have some case study or you are working, studying, researching something about this particular topic, and you kind of approach to this person, there are most of the people who would want to add some value in your learning, right? So how you can explore and engage with these guys. Maybe you can take one task or take one industry and take it as a project that I'll study this industry. I will approach to somebody from this industry and how I can engage with these guys. So start your corporate journey maybe when you're being a student. So that is the apple, guys. There's one more last. So please have this apple a day. It will make you a good manager one day, right? So please, I request have this apple. And one more thing, since you guys from IB, a college or this institute will offer you a lot of opportunities which you call a passport maybe. They can offer you a lot of opportunities, lot of learning, lot of good professors to engage with. But a visa to a country, you have to earn by yourself, right? So only because of passport you cannot go, but visa which you have to earn. So that's from my side. The apple, please take this apple and have it every day. Thank you. If you have any questions, please. You can keep it formal, informal, whatever. No questions? Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I would like to request Student Manager Jessica Jaiswal to propose vote of thanks.
I, Jessica Jaiswal, Student Manager from Balaji Institute of International Business, Pune, extend my heartfelt gratitude to Mr. Lokesh Yadav sir and Amit Dandare sir for gracing us with their presence and delivering a thought-provoking session. Lokesh sir mentioned how 4 Ps have evolved over years. how international markets are different from domestic markets, the new and unconventional four-piece of marketing like patterns, positioning, perception, and perspective. Marketing is no more about product, but all about perception. Sir, all your examples are so new and have surely given us new perspective about four-piece. And Amit sir rightly started and supported Lokesh sir views. Being an alumni, we surely relate so much with his experience, rightly quoted. आँखों में नींद तो बहुत होगी, पर सोना नहीं है. I would like to thank them for informative and captivative session. I would also like to express my sincere appreciation to the leadership and management of Sri Balaji University Pune for their support and encouragement throughout our marketing conclave. Lastly, I would like to extend to our fellow student managers gratitude for being an amazing audience. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. I would now request Dr. Sonali Malevar ma'am and Dr. Nitish Behere sir to felicitate Mr. Lokesh Yadav sir. Now, I would like to request Dr. Rahul Wagmare sir and Dr. Shubhra Anand ma'am to felicitate Mr. Amit Dandare sir. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
We shall now have a tea break of 10 minutes. After the break, we will resume with next keynote speech. Request all student managers to be seated back by 11:40 a.m. Thank you. Welcome back.
Following the thoughtful session in the morning, we now proceed with the next keynote speech from Manoj Sadavarte sir, Vice President at Godrej and Boys Manufacturing Company Limited.
We are deeply grateful for the presence of our keynote speaker, Mr. Manoj Sadavarte sir. To express our gratitude, I would like to invite Dr. Pallavi Kudal ma'am, faculty BIIB, to kindly present a bouquet as a token of our appreciation to Manoj sir. I now request Student Manager Priyal Soni to kindly introduce and welcome Mr. Manoj Sadavarte sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. I, Priyal Soni, Student Manager, Balaji Institute of International Business, take pride to introduce our keynote speaker, Mr. Manoj Sadavarte sir, Vice President at Godrej and Boys Manufacturing Company Limited. Mr. Manoj Sadavarte is a visionary leader with an illustrious career spanning over 4 decades in engineering, manufacturing, and business transformation. A BE graduate in engineering from Vikram University, he has built a stellar professional journey marked by innovation and impactful leadership. Having served as Assistant Vice President at Godrej and Boys Manufacturing Company Limited until 2020. Mr. Sadavarte spearheaded operations across multiple plants and led initiatives that foster profitability, sustainability, and organizational growth. With 12 years of experience in establishing and sustaining manufacturing footprint at Godrej in UK, he has successfully managed greenfield projects, agile supply chain management, and team development. Additionally, he possesses 15 years of expertise in sales and marketing for B2B, office solution, and B2C products, with a strong focus on key account management, customer relationship, and building profitable business model tailored to current and future market conditions. A certified VLFM professional from Japan, Mr. Sadavarte's core philosophy revolves around creating a better world through sustainable initiatives and transformational leadership. His passion for developing people, process, and infrastructure aligns with 3 commitments to achieve 3 Ps: profit, planet, and passionate people. Now retired, Mr. Sadavarte continues to contribute as a consultant officer. His expertise in areas such as profit enhancement, new venture, modernization, and organizational transformation. Alongside his professional journey, he is a certified yoga trainer and advocate for holistic well-being. Dear all, please join and welcome Mr. Manoj Sadavarte sir. Sir, the stage is all yours. Thanks.
Should I start, guys? Yeah. Please understand, this is not a lecture session in which, one guy come and give a lecture to you. I understand that you are still in the so-called college or student mindsets and habit of, hearing. So, a warm welcome to you all. You are the budding citizens of the new modern India. So welcome. And my appeal to all the students is keep aside your notebooks, pen, paper, whatever you have. And I like to talk about those things which goes directly into your DNA so that it remains in your system. And after the college or after acquiring and getting a degree and you will move towards the corporate worlds, those traits, those qualities, those change DNA will help you all, not only in getting the jobs, everybody will get a job, but also shaping your career. A career doesn't mean, moving on the hierarchy of the corporate ladder, but to become a successful person from various perspectives. So that is more important. So understanding, learning, and developing those leadership skills to the young 5G generation is the most important. Though you got a brief about my career, so that's okay. It's a past. Now after taking a retirement, because we do not have a policy of a retirement, and they retain certain key people in the company to run the company, those who are at the leadership positions. So I said, I've seen enough of the Godrej world. Let me see the other world, which is not Godrej, which is the actual corporate world. And let me take this opportunity to, develop more such talents, more such talented people like you. So that's why I've taken up the assignment. Here also in Pune, we have made one industrial association. I'm the chairman of that Pune chapter. And getting a chance to interact with all cross-section of the people, the students, the teachers, the entrepreneurs, the corporate peoples. And so that's why I like to contribute to the society. Because I got a lot from the society, and I must now do a ROI, return on my investment on me with the society at large. First of all, I would like to thank the entire Balaji University team for organizing such a beautiful event. The entire the coordination team, the management, for arranging everything, and particularly the people with whom I am very touched. One is Gayatri Devi, and one of my friend who got me introduced to institute is Sudeep Limye. So we used to work in the same company, say 30 years back when he was in sales and I was also in sales. Later on, he moved from industry to academia, and then I think served the teaching faculty. So that's the beginning. So a big thank you, all of you. Please clap for yourself. You're lucky. You have a very nice green campus. When I was in the UK, Uttarakhand, where we have a 3 manufacturing unit, not United Kingdom. So there were 3 factories which I was managing, and I happened to be a visiting faculty to IIT Roorkee. You must have heard. It's a very old institute, started in some 1890. It was a Thompson College prior to our independence, and later on it became an IIT in 2000. So, the same, experience of interacting with IIT graduates got refreshed today. So thank you all. When we used to interact with IIT graduates, so they have a very peculiar, traits. Once they claimed themselves to be an IITians. They are proud of their IIT. And they are the, the brains, because to crack an JEE and get into an IIT is not a joke. So there were a lot of intelligentias. And when we had an interactive sessions with them, they had a lot of questions. So I also want, shed all your problems and make this session more, interactive. Because I am here not to give lecture, but learning to both. You learn something from my experience. I will learn something from your exposure. Because you are a 5G generation. In our times, the net was not so prevalent as it is prevalent today. So feel free, whenever anybody has any doubt or a query or a question, raise hands. We want to make it a more, interactive session rather than your classroom lectures. When the professor comes, he's full of knowledge, he taught all his knowledge to you, whatever comes, whatever doesn't come. But here, need experiential experience. So please feel free. I have no issue if I get any kind of a disturbance in my talk. I will love to do it. To begin with, hope agree? The rules are set. Say yes, sir, sir. Yes, sir. Or you can say yes, Manoj also. No need to call me sir also, because I'm not a professor by chance. Okay. After my retirement, I tried to develop a differential mindset. Number one is help everyone, particularly those people who are from the lower strata. Develop a empathy towards them. When I was doing my VLFM from Japan, so the Japanese professor used to come and used to teach us, and we have to go, thrice or 4 times to Japan to learn the Japanese culture. It's a beautiful a country with a very rich culture. One thing I just learned that you clap for 3 minutes, when I was coming up. The same thing I learned. There is a system that whenever the guest comes, they clap for 3 minutes. Unless the guest, says no. So that's the thing I learned. Hope you must have also learned the similar good practices here also. So that's the one. Empathy towards, all. Help all. Empathy towards all. And learning everything which comes into your systems. So still, after my retirement, I'm learning a lot about, the technology, the AIs, new areas where the business is going. So thank you. The topic is something like marketing, okay, in the marketing enclave. Marketing is a part of the domain of a business development. All the people who are here may or may not join as a marketing manager. There are various other jobs also available in the corporate where you get a different kind of assignments. Can be in a business development, it can be in product supply, it can be in operations, some girls can go to HR. So whatever areas of management you are in, not necessarily only the marketing, you need certain attributes, you need certain qualities which will help you in career growth. So those things I would like to deliberate and talk with all of you. One straight and direct question to all the audience, particularly the students, is what do you expect from such conclave? What are your expectations, what your aspirations? You must have come, no? So can few of you, share that? Don't be afraid, huh? What do you expect from this whole facade which is going on in the colleges? Don't look towards somebody else. You speak out.
Good morning, sir. Sir,
Clap to the first lady. Yeah. It's nice to see, the ladies are taking the front runners in all the sphere of activities. Yeah, please. What's your name?
Sir, Palak Panjwani. Sir, so what I feel is the conclaves are all about some new learnings. What we are not learning in our normal lectures, this is all about this.
Thank you. It's a good query. Anybody else? There are so many young talents here, yeah. Look, one input that I want to give it to you when you move out of your colleges and join a corporate world, you need to be more vocal, because there will be a lot of meetings and conferences where there is an opportunity available to you to outshine. Because the problem is, there is one vacancy and there are 100 candidates. That's kind of a ratio we have. So unless you do not, prove yourself, or do not market yourself, you will not able to, show a better results, a better impression. The corporate world goes by the perception. It is not necessary that you are an intelligent guy. You look to be an intelligent. And how can you show an intelligence you are? By speaking. So don't be afraid. See, so can I point out somebody who can, looking at the mobiles? I request all of you to keep your mobile aside. It's old saying that when you have hands are busy, your mind doesn't work. So keep your mobile aside for a few minutes and allow all the inputs coming into your DNA so that it remains permanent fixture to your personality. Yeah, next query. She talked about new learning, am I right? Yes, madam. If you will not speak, I will request you. Yes. What's your name, please? Hindi, English, Marathi, any language will do. Give a mic to her. Hello. I'm talking about the first row, second seat. Don't pass on the mic to anybody else. I'm requesting you, so please.
My name is Soumya. To gain experience.
It's a similar question. It's a copy-paste kind of thing. Anybody has a different aspirations or questions? No? Okay. It takes time for people to come out of the shell. Right now you are in student shell where you are habit of listening and not talking. So new experience. Okay guys, now I like to share. First and the foremost inputs I can share with you. This input is given to you as well as the teaching faculty here. Try to make the students to be a champion, to become a champion. You know, the champions has a habit of, overcoming all the hassles, hurdles, and to outshine. Have you heard of Virat Kohli? Yeah, he's the hero right now. Why is a hero? Because when he goes to bat in any adverse circumstances, he faces all the hassles of fast bowlers, and somehow he manages and scored a century. And when he scored a century, then he raised his bat, and that bat is raised to the entire globe, and everybody understand, yes, India has got one champion, who can beat other world champions. So try to be a champion. When you want to be a champion, then you have a winning streak in your mind, in your hearts, and you have a winning spirit. And all those winning spirits gives you a courage, to solve all the problems. I'll use some stories, some experiences to share my insight into the subject. Now coming to the background, market scenario. The market scenario is highly challenging. It's a war-like situation. It's a jungle rule where a big animal eats the small animal. And this kind of a training you need to have immediately during the campus. Don't consider that the moment you come out of the college, you will get a plush posting or a secretary or nothing to do. You will given a huge performance targets which you have to achieve at any cost, you can't come out with an excuse. So try to become mentally tough. In order to become mentally tough, you need to do some mental and physical exercise. The first and foremost is make yourself physically fit by doing exercise on a regular basis, boys as well as girls. Walk, run, go to a gym and make yourself fit. When you are physically fit, then you tend to become also a mentally fit to face all the kind of mental challenges that are going to come during the corporate world. 3, try to be not a very, very hard working. Try to be a smart working. Do what is needed from your end. Don't do anything which can be done by your subordinate. So spend time only on those things which attract the attention of the top bosses. Don't pretend that you are very hardworking, working from 8 to 8, taking homework, doing the work at home, and then no performances. So try to do all the things which others can't do, like thinking, business explorations, looking for new avenues for business growth. So for that, you need a time. If you continue to do a donkey kind of a job, you can't do a cerebral job, and therefore your time will be wasted in doing a donkey job and not the thing. So try to do in your corporate world all the thinking jobs. Next is by reading various kind of the knowledge that you are getting through newspaper, magazine, internet, Google, Facebook, social media, etc. What is all new things happening in the social world, intellectual world, geographical world? Because what the today's scenario that you are seeing is getting changed every day. We don't know that, there will be problem in the Middle East, or there will be problem in the, war. People are thinking that things are absolutely okay. But anything can happen and create any kind of a, business issues or economical issues or the social issues which can affect the business growth. So be aware and then think what can be done in the current circumstances, because you cannot change the situation. The kind of war situation which is happening between the Russia and Ukraine, or in the Middle East between Israel and other countries, you can't stop. But only in this situation, you can certainly think what is the business opportunity available with my company, so that I can at least make an attempt to that opportunity. Not necessary you will get the results immediately, but there is a possibility of using this opportunity for the benefit of your company. So this kind of a thinking pattern, because every day something or other is happening, unless you develop this kind of a thinking pattern. So whenever you are in a coffee house or chatting with your friends, think about what's happening in the world, globally what's happening. New president has come in US. So he will also come out with various kind of rules and regulations which are the benefit for their country and not for us. It can happen. The political situation can change because he is an American. He talks about America first. And therefore, the people who are thinking of going to a US for further studies, they should think about this. There is a possibility that he will have some embargo on the migrants. So always when you have this kind of a situation, keep a plan A, keep a plan B. Otherwise, if you have only plan that I'll do nothing, I'll go to US, there is a possibility that plan A may not success, and then you have nothing to do. Then you get disheartened and gone. So always have plan A. If things are okay as per my thinking, I'll do this. If there is a problem, I'll go for plan B. And therefore, at least you have something to do, something to achieve in this world. Because main objective is to become a champion. You have to shine in the current context. So now the thinking pattern will come from where? I'll give my thinking from three offshoots. One is sports learning. In a sports, you get a lot of learnings because it's a 5-day match or it's a T20. There are lot of ups and downs are happening, and how the captains trade his team to achieve the World Cup or the tournaments. So one is some experiences I'll give from sports. The second I'll give from a soldier approach. I was in Dehradun, so IMA was very nearby, and I was a regular visitor. I learned a lot of things about the army. The army exposure gives you a lot of things. There may be possibility that some of you may like to join an army. In an army, a soldier, doesn't get deterred by the enemies. He has been told to win a war or to win at any cost, even at the cost of his life. To lead a soldier is the most difficult thing. Because in a corporate world, when the manager leads his team, he gives a lot of awards. Employee of the month, this and that, all those jamborees he will announce. But in the army, there is no such jamborees. There is only one motivation, is that I have to serve my country with my life. And to take a person to that mental state that he is willing to give his life for the sake of the country, that is the true leadership of the army people. In such meetings, I happened to meet one wife of an army officer. He told me very beautiful things. When our husbands goes to the line of control, we couldn't sleep. And every morning, whenever the phone call comes, they hesitate to pick up that call, because that call can have a good news, can have a bad news. The call can be have, sir, the following lieutenant have sacrificed his life. So all those times when the wives are, facing this kind of experiences, it's very difficult, to keep the mental state okay, because they have to look after their children, keep the home, in peace. So that, and soldiers, in a corporate world, we have a little bit relaxation. Those people who will go in marketing will understand that whatever that you have not achieved in Q1, you get a liberty, okay guys, please achieve in Q2 or in Q3 and make up for your annual targets. But in an army, the families get bodies and they remain orphan or widow throughout the life. There are no quarter performances. So it's a very, very high risk, high caliber kind of a lifestyle the soldiers and their families, live. Third important thing is, this you have to practice from today onwards, is to develop a enterprising mindsets. Though you are studying, the next destination is to get a job. Whenever you get a job, try to learn everything about that company. Think that you are the CEO of this company, you are running that company, and you are expected to know everything. When you have this kind of an approach, then your job will not look a burden. It will look like, I'm running this company. You will learn everything about that company. And when you will learn everything about the company, there is a possibility that your bosses may love your attitude. And attitudes is the most important. Rather than, working for the paychecks, work for learning point of view. Paychecks is automatically going to come. So unless you develop this enterprise, and whenever you move all around within the campus, without the campus, look for an opportunity to learn, opportunity to help people. I'll give a story to that. There were a old lady. He used to have a small hut where that old lady used to sell pitla bhakri and earns 100, 200 rupees per day. He used to make, and whosoever comes there, he used to give. One day, one bright student came, and he also took the taste of that food. He liked it. He asked her, Maushi, why don't you put up a board? She doesn't understand what the board means. So what did it? He had some stationery. He took out a piece of paper and wrote Bhakri Pitla, 50 rupees. And put it up there. Simple. Moment she put up that board, the number of customers have started increasing. Earlier there were cyclists or motorcyclists. Later there were cars halting there and have a taste of that food made by her. Then those students went again and inquired, how's Mauchi? Mauchi says, I have employed 5 more laborers in my so-called new restaurant. So that is kind of empathy, input given by those students to that lady, which has, come up. I remember in the sports world in 1983, you people may not have seen those first World Cup win. When the final was on, the Kapil Dev was the captain and there was a final match going on. They have no such dream that they will win the World Cup. After 2 or 3 wickets fall and they are, understood that their opponent was the mighty giants, West Indies. So they can beat them. So the captain called and told his teammates, let's make each and every attempt to win. We are very close to this. And he gave the ball to his friend Madan Lal, can bowl the best. And that kind of words inspired him. And Madan Lal gave the delivery to his best. And finally, first time in the history of cricket, India got a World Cup. So that was a great moment. Then the entire world or the globe understood that India also can become a world champion. Later on, we became world champion later also, but that was the first attempt. Look at the life of a Sachin Tendulkar when he was playing against Pakistan. Pakistan had a beautiful pace bowlers. Imran Khan bowling to a young 16 years old, ball going this way. He was hit at shoulders and he was bleeding. So his counterpart, Navjot Singh Sidhu, said, Papu, are you okay? Kakar also? He said, I'll bat. And again, the Sachin came on the screen and started making runs. Though he made 35 runs in that inning, but he blasted Imran Khan and the pace bowlers of Pakistan. So that kind of a determination against the odds is to be developed by sheer willpower. If you people, try to become a champion in your own field, then what will happen? You will make this college, Balaji University, proud. You will make this a country proud. That is the greatest asset that you will be having. People look for salaries, people look for a job. But unless you do something very special which can make your college, makes your parents, makes your family, make your country proud of, that is the biggest asset you will have. I also like to give a small story of a guy who was a lieutenant, Deepak Chopra. He was a lieutenant, he was leading a battalion at Kargil. So there was a place where the Pakistanis were there and they were hitting a lot of bullets. So the whole battalion thought, unless we don't blow up this battalion, we can't move up. So he stood up, but he has got a small sergeant. He said, Sir, main jaunga. He told that sergeant, look, I'm bachelor. I don't have any families. You have a families. Let me go. And then he ran towards the spot and he got various bullets, but he stood there, threw a bomb, blew up the entire spot and then died. So those sergeant, give a narration. Then what happened later is his family requested the army guys that they want to see that place where my son had died. So army arranged everything and both mother and father who can't walk up to the Kargil point, they took him into their shoulders and said, this is the spot in which your son has sacrificed a life for the country. The entire parents, thrilled, the tears were rolling down, and they understood that he has made a great choice by sacrificing his life for the country. So that kind of a vision, that kind of the spirit should come. You are guys from marketing, so you must have seen a lot of marketing news There is another market which is called an unorganized market, which happens on road. You see a lot of young boys, comes to you when you are in a car on the red light and offer you a product. So that guy is also a salesperson. He sells a flower or any toy to you. And he manages the timing so that moment you are stopped, you are addressed. The green signal goes, the customer will go. So he takes a decision, faster. If he says the rose cost is 20 rupees, can you give me 15 rupees? He took a decision. Okay, sir. And the rose is given at 15 rupees. Whereas in the corporate world, to get a discount sanction, the entire hierarchy comes. So that's the difference between an unorganized sector and organized sector. And various kinds of supply chains, various kind of marketing strategies depending upon the festival or the need of the market, it comes in the picture, and which is done in hours. Where in a corporate world, to change the marketing strategy, it takes years. They make a PowerPoint presentations, deliberations, and then the product will be launched. Up till now, the consumer taste, consumer expectations, the changes. Now, I also like to share some story from Amitabh Bachchan, great hero. Despite achieving a great personality, he's absolutely very polite. At least appears to be polite on the screen. The way she handles a common man on the screen, on the KBC set, though he's a great man, he's a great person, his age is big, but the kind of comfort he gives it to the KBC participant, stand there with the chair, make her comfortable, and then sits. So all these small things are the observation. So don't develop any kind of arrogancy despite your position. Be absolutely very polite and simple with the people. When you will be polite and simple, people will not only respect you, people will become your darling. And when the people will be your darling, it is very easy to get the work done, not by force but by love and affections. So that is one of the things that you must also develop. Be polite, simple with the people with whom you are interacting, with whom you are working. Say the case of Ratan Tata. I just narrate one example. Ratan Tata was traveling from Bombay to UK, and there is a guy who's supposed to come there to receive him. Unfortunately, he came late. And Ratan Tata has an habit of carrying his own bag. So he asked somebody, I have no money. Can you lend me some money so that I can go to my office in England? That fellow says, "Arey sir, kya baat karte ho? I'll take you to taxi." So such kind of simpleness is always loved. And you see his last journey. People not only from Tatas, from different corporate world also came to join that ceremony. So that kind of humility, simpleness, humbleness is always remain everlasting. One of the most important is to have a strong willpower to achieve the success. You must be from Pune or adjoining areas. I happened to meet a guy from Bihar who was an IAS aspirant. So he told me, look, I'm a poor guy. I'm a son of a farmer. And I bought on loan, so 20,000 bucks, which I need for 1 year and prepare for an exam. And after this 20,000, I have no money. So it is very, very essential that I must spend these 20,000 rupees during my studies, my exams, till the result are out. Only then I will go back to my village. Otherwise, I have to spend my life on roads. So those kind of challenges, gives you a very resolute willpower to clear that exams. Because all these roadside product sellers, they understand one thing. If the product is sold, they'll get a food at night. If the product is not sold, they have to sleep hungry. Is this kind of a spirit is available in the corporate world, salesman? No. ठीक है यार, order lost हो गया, क्या कर सकते? To make the things so difficult, so determined to yourself that the result will automatically come. And when the results comes, there is a very good possibility that you will be able to not shine but outshine in this world. There are people who select a different or differential line. Harsha Bogle is an IIM graduate. He doesn't want to become a marketing professional. He chose the commentary. He doesn't have any icon, He worked with various agencies. The beautiful thing is that his technicians were his teams. And he used to interact with the cricket stalwart like Sunil Gavaskar. And he make them comfortable. He didn't compete with Sunil Gavaskar. So to work in conjunction with the team so that they are like you, they love you. And therefore, he got a lot of blessings from Sunil Gavaskar, and therefore Harsha Bogle become one of the favorite competitors. There are so many competitors came and gone, but Harsha Bogle remain as usual. So these are certain stories and success stories and experiences that I am also trying to get to learn and implement in my current assignment of being the chairman of an industrial chamber, which I thought must be shared with all the young talents. And they take the advantage of this practical inputs and can sharpen and improve their personalities to become a more human, more intelligent, more observant, more thinking personality, and become a excellent professional, managers, an excellent Indian citizen for which India will be proud of. Thank you.
The session is now open for questions from audience.
Yeah, I'm coming to that. Any queries? Any counter thoughts? How do you like my session? Say honestly. What, yes, sir? I forget about dear. Yes, sir. No, sir. College syndromes. Unfortunately, I could not change the slide because when you do talking and slide changing, sometimes your mind gets diverted. So I put a full stop to this and make my brain work. Yes, sir. Any feedback? No, nothing. You learned? Again, yes, sir. Anyway, Khair, since there are other slots for other speakers, so I do not want to, disturb that thought process. And once again, I would like to thank Balaji University entire coordination team, Madam Gayatri Devi, my friend Sudeep, who suggested my name, and I got an opportunity to interact and see young talents being developed in this pious corridors of this university. And I wish good career to all of you. A big thank you from me to you.
Thank you so much, sir. I would like to request Student Manager Vanshika Ashra to propose vote of thanks to Mr. Manoj Sadavarti, sir.
I, Vanshika Ashra, Student Manager from Balaji Institute of International Business, Pune, extend my heartfelt gratitude to Mr. Manoj Sadavarti sir for gracing us with his presence and delivering a thought-provoking session. Manoj sir talked about how inculcating few good practices in our DNA will make all the difference. Be the soldier for lifetime. Be empathetic towards all. Work for all learning point of view. Lead from the front. Have an entrepreneur mindset. Sir, all your learnings are deep imbibed within us. I would like to thank him for informative and captivating session. I would also like to express my sincere appreciation to the leadership and management of Sri Balaji University, Pune, for their support and encouragement throughout our marketing conclave. Lastly, I would like to extend gratitude to our fellow student managers for being an amazing audience. Thank you.
Thank you, Vanshika. I would now request Dr. Rahul Wagmare sir and Dr. Sonali Malevar ma'am to kindly felicitate Mr. Manoj Sadavarti sir with a memento as a token of gratitude and appreciation. Thank you, sir. We shall now have a lunch break of 45 minutes. After the break, we will resume with the panel discussion.
Veg coupons are
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We hope you enjoyed a wonderful lunch and are re-energized for the exciting sessions ahead.
Welcome back. Welcome back to the Marketing Conclave. We are delighted to continue with an engaging and insightful session. In the inaugural session of the Marketing Conclave 2024, Marketing in a Transformative Business World. We discussed the evolving role of marketing in adapting to digital transformation, sustainability, and rapidly changing consumer behaviors. Insights into innovative strategies and tools that drive competitive advantage in a dynamic and interconnected global marketplace. Continuing the learning, we now start with our first panel discussion on the theme Marketing in a Transformative Business World.
To lead our discussion, I am pleased to introduce our distinguished panel moderator for the session, Dr. Sudeep Limay, sir. Dr. Sudeep Limay is a seasoned professional in sales and distinguished academician. Dr. Limay brings in 30 years of experience in marketing on and off the field. Sir has been associated with leading organizations like Godrej before joining academics. I now invite student manager Aditya Deshmukh to welcome Sir with a bouquet.
I call up on stage student manager Vishal Kose to introduce Dr. Sudeep Limay, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. I, Vishal Kose, student manager, Balaji Institute of International Business, am elated to introduce panelists for the day. I take deep pride in introducing our own Dr. Sudeep Limay, sir. Dr. Sudeep Vijay Limay is a PhD in marketing management with about 18 years of industry experience and about 15 years of teaching experience. Sir's industry experience includes B2B and B2C sales, channel and institutional sales in the domain of office and home automation, office and home furniture, security equipment, and electronic security media. Sir has a vast academic experience too, which includes teaching to management students, program and content development for prestigious universities. We welcome Dr. Sudeep Limay as moderator for today's panel discussion.
Thank you, Vishal. Now let me take a moment to welcome our distinguished panel members. I welcome our first panelist, Mr. Saurabh Khanna, sir, General Manager at Univiv Technology India Private Limited. I request Sudeep Limay, sir, to welcome sir with a bouquet.
I proudly introduce our panelists for the day, Mr. Saurabh Khanna, sir, General Manager and Vertical Head, BFSI, NBFC, Univiv Technologies India Private Limited. Mr. Saurabh Khanna, sir, is an accomplished business leader with over 25 years of experience in sales, marketing, and business development in the electronic security domain. Currently serving as General Manager at Univiv Technologies India, he has led initiatives that resulted in consistent 200% growth and positioned the company as a key player in verticals like retail, warehouse, and banking. An engineering graduate from MIT College of Engineering, Aurangabad, currently Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar, Mr. Khanna has an impressive track record of achieving sales excellence, securing high-value partnerships, and delivering innovative security solutions. His expertise spans OEM operations, distribution, and system integration of advanced electronic security systems. We welcome you, sir.
Next, I welcome Mr. Amol Petwe, sir, Director, Future of Work Practice, Sears Incorporated on the stage. I request Sudeep Limay, sir, to welcome sir with a bouquet.
I am elated to introduce our next panelist for the day, Mr. Amol C. Petway, sir, Customer Success Catalyst, Revenue Growth Strategist, and Cloud Solutions Expert. With over 18 years of proven expertise in IT and technology sales, Mr. Amol C. Petway is a visionary leader dedicated to redefining success and maximizing revenue for IT consulting and product firms. His extensive experience spans strategic business development, revenue growth, and key account management across diverse verticals and regions. Renowned for cultivating partnerships with global tech giants like Google Cloud, Mr. Petway drives impactful go-to-market strategies, sales growth, and adoption programs. His leadership in building and mentoring high-performance sales teams foster a culture of accountability and excellence, ensuring sustained success. As a customer success leader, Mr. Petway has elevated NPS score to an impressive 9 and achieved retention rates exceeding 95%, directly impacting revenue growth and repeat businesses. His strategic approach empowers organizations to reduce churn, optimize revenue, and achieve their goals with measurable success. We welcome you, sir.
I would now welcome Mr. Santosh Gotoskar, sir, film editor and director. I request Sudeep Limia, sir, to welcome sir with a bouquet.
I am proud to introduce our panelist, Mr. Santosh Gotoskar, sir. Sir is HOD Edit Department at WOT Studios. Mr. Santosh Gotoskar, sir, is a seasoned film and video editor with over 25 years of expertise in mass media. Since 1997, he has worked across diverse formats, including feature films, documentaries, corporate videos, TV serials, and training content. Currently serving as the head of the editing department at WOT Studios, he manages a team of editors and oversees seamless video production for major clients like Western Union, Radio Michi, and Tata BlueScope Steel. With a rich history of editing award-winning films such as Babu Band Baja, winner of 27 awards, and Kapus Kundyachi Goshta in the Oscar race for Best Films 2015, Mr. Gothoskar contributions to Indian cinema are unparalleled. He also holds a diploma in computer art and multimedia and specializes in software like Adobe Premiere Pro, Final Cut Pro, and DaVinci Resolve. We welcome you, sir.
Let us give all of them a huge round of applause.
Without further ado, I hand over the session to Dr. Limia, sir, for moderating the panel session.
Thank you. First and foremost, warm welcome to the panelists. Thank you for accepting our invitation and sparing time for us. We know this is a busy time for all the domains that we have. For what we've tried doing, just for your academic information, what we tried doing is we've tried getting people with right brain, left brain angle. So we have a creative, although the profile says, or the profile read says that he's a video editor, the truth be told, he's a filmmaker as well. So just an addition to the audience. What we are trying to understand is the basics. The theme says that we are living in a transformative world. Now, if we are living in a transformative world, what do we mean by transformative world? So maybe somebody will go back to COVID period, somebody will go back still behind. But then the bottom line is that whether you call it a transformative world or you call it a VUCA world or whichever jargon that we use, what we are realizing is that we are living in an era where virtually every system, every process is getting questioned and challenged. Now, maybe because of AI, maybe because of technology, maybe because of the IoT and AI/ML revolution, maybe because of the platforms like Instagram and the other social media. The fact remains that all this is in some way or the other going to question the way we have been doing business. So the existing systems, processes, policies, or the way we have been telling our story as marketeers is going to change, or is being questioned, or is under a review as well. My opening question to all of you, which would be a common question, maybe we would start with you, Mr. Khanna, would be that, would be that this transformation, is it a challenge or an opportunity to redraw your own textbooks of marketing practices? So.
Okay. Regarding transformation, yes, we always look for a change in our life, in whatever we do in our life. And currently, AI is a buzzword. And yes, with AI, there is another buzzword, EI. It's emotional intelligence. And this has been formed only considering the Indian market, because here people are very, very emotional and connected to the ground. So now all the Americans, all the Europe team, they only introduced AI. And it was a disaster when AI come into the India. Then they realized the market and they added EI into that. Now the things are gearing up, people have understood it, and it will definitely take a time, but from my point of view, this is helping to give a productive time to the task that has been assigned. Other things can be done, the data analysis can be done with the AI, and the behavior can be analyzed from the AI, and which will help a human being to upscale him in the task that has been given. It can be, there can be different examples. From my industry, earlier we used to have a camera which used to only monitor the things. So, and have the data. If any intruder come, you get to know after the incident has happened. Now the approach is proactive approach. People have understood that this proactive approach is a good thing, by which you can save the fire hazard that can happen, or a theft can happen. And even making the employees increasing their productiveness. If you analyze the behavior analysis, you can guide them in a proper manner and in a very speculated time. So I think, as Sudeep sir has asked, transformation is definitely required. It is helping us to evaluate and match to the global standards which are already there. Now India is being preferred as the brain of the world, because all the data center, IT hubs, everywhere, every global team is investing in India, because we don't depend upon the data, we add some human intelligence into it, which helps you to have a good growth path. Thank you.
And I think it is so apt, Saurabh, you have added these points. Data is the new oil, everybody says. So that is so correct. I would also like to touch upon a new aspect of it, because transformation is so much needed for the organizations and the industries as well, because it is so ever evolving. It is coming up with so many different problems that industries and companies are facing today. So technology has to adapt themselves to a newer way of delivering those solutions to the complex business problems that it has, right? If OpenAI can come up with a ChatGPT, which is the first platform, and we were always thinking why Google have not come up with Gemini before ChatGPT, right? And Google being the pioneer of search, it has changed the way in some point of time where AOL used to run the market in the 90s, okay? Google just thrown away AOL. And after that, today, nobody thought that Google can be even getting a very big competition which ChatGPT has given. So now the searching itself has changed a lot. People have started interacting with the machines they are using day in, day out. We were not knowing that the machine that we've been holding our laptops at home can become a companion to us. And nowadays, because of the AI, because of the machine learning environment, that is coming us so true, right? I'm sure you guys would have also watched a recent movie of Control, and it's a fact. And I think have you all seen that movie? You should watch. So there is this Ananya Pandey is a leading actor there in that, and it is talking about AI buddy solving her day-to-day problems, and how that only creates a problem for her down the line. So having said that, idea is not to move away or run away. It's basically adopt it for your engaging ourselves in the complex world, so that we are capable of fighting it and we are capable of becoming more innovative. That's what I would want to say.
Going ahead with reference to films and marketing support, which I am a part of actually. So if you take marketing and films, post lockdown, which you can say COVID, most of the what you can say industries, or most of the companies have realized that to reach a person, or to reach a consumer, or to reach a what you can say potential buyer is much easier if you have visual communication strategies planned. So if you must have realized after COVID, if you see there are lots of changes in films being used. Not only films as in feature films, I'm talking about corporate films, you have training films, you have advertisement films, you have infographic films, you have various marketing films, product films. So all these kinds of films are being used to promote their products, to promote their services. And if you see people, current generation, or if you can say current lot, has shifted most of the times, are on the Instagram, are on the LinkedIn profiles, are on social media websites. So this has created an advantage for people to use technology, as in films, to reach a wider audience, a broader audience. And this is going to increase because we have shifted from what you can say common viewing, as in where we used to watch televisions in a common thread where 4-5 people, family members are sitting, and we have shifted to personalized viewing. We have shifted to phones, we have shifted to tabs, we have shifted, even if we are watching serials or probably web series on televisions, it is separate set for every person. You have logins separate. So the thing is, we have shifted to personalized, what you can say, viewing experiences. So each and every person is viewing differently. Now, if we can use this kind of demographical and this kind of segmentation using UI to generate or to create marketing strategies, this is going to help a lot in future if we are going to be more so AI-driven, more so data-driven. This is actually.
Thank you. Maybe I'll start with you as a specific industry question. Just a small data point. What we have realized over last 10 years is that typically, as we academicians would always try to correlate everything with everything. So the advertising spend to GDP ratio has actually bettered over last 1 decade. It was somewhere around 0.35. It has gone up to 0.4. Which in some way it would say that the advertising is supposedly having a better impact in the market, and the spend is also increasing. But that's one data point pointer. There is another reality, and that is this personalization that you spoke of. We all agree that there are 90 crore internet connections, which means 90 crore individuals with telephones. each one of them is an individual consumer. Is this actually throwing up challenges for marketeers, or this is helping marketeers to reach customers in a more focused way? How would, as a filmmaker, how would you look at it? Because film as a medium is supposed to be a mass audience medium.
See, basically, even if you consider film as a mass media thing, even when we are discussing about a film, it has got a target audience, which obviously, as a marketer, also you have a target audience. So if I say I'm making a film, I'll explain it in both ways. One is an entertainment film. Now, if you take an entertainment film, if I'm making a film, I have got a targeted audience in mind when I'm making a film. So if you're making a Pushpa, you have a different audience. If you're making a film which is with reference to child, this thing, you have a different audience. There are some kinds of films which are made considering OTT audience in view. So anyway, when you're making a film, you have a targeted audience discussion which is there when scripting or when deciding to make a film. Now, when we get involved in a film for making for marketing purposes, initially we had resources in the sense when we make an advertisement film, it was on televisions, it was on channels, it was in theaters, wherein you had mass audience. So if I'm making a film targeted for, say, a woman-centric products, there are chances that in this audience, the percentage will be, say, 50%. But now, with reference to personalized viewing, we can create both ads with reference to female-oriented audience, with reference to male-oriented audience, using AI, using demographic, using the tools where the ads are posted, when the ads are posted, which person gets to see which ads. These kind of AI-driven tools, specific ads are reached to specific audience. So when I say I want to reach 100 people, I reach 100 people. Previously, it was if I take 100 out of this, 50 people was the ratio which I could reach. But using personalization tools and the audience becoming used to watching personalized videos, each and everyone gets a separate ad. Even if you are watching YouTube sitting side by side, you will get your own personalized ads. It will not be the same ad for each of you. So films are being generated, films are being made with keeping in mind, okay, if my audience is this and I'm putting the ad there, this ad will go. There will be a separate ad if my ad is going to go on YouTube, say probably for the people who are going to watch it above 35. If I'm making a similar kind of thing, an ad which is going to go, say for Instagram, it will have a separate flavor, it will have a separate target audience. So these kind of things are quite possible now. So if you see, say, filmmaking has changed, yes. More films are being made target-centric. Specialization, specific films can be made and can be utilized more precisely for marketing. So if I decide I want to reach only a certain demographic set of people, it is quite possible for me now to reach that kind of people. And same advertisement, if I want to send it for a separate demographic separate segmentation, I can create a separate ad which will appeal to them using the same product, but they will feel that this product is for me. So this is quite possible now due to personalization, AI-driven tools, and all those data analysis which happens with Google Analytics on everything also.
Thank you. I have taken a leaf from what he said, AI
Sure.
personalization.
Sure.
The way I understand IT sales or marketing is that it is good lot personalized already. So it is the relationship which matters, and then the entire effort in IT sales is about establishing a sustainable, mutually beneficial, of course, relationship. But then if AI is taking over, data is gold and data is available, is it actually not taking away the personalized connect that typically IT sales would demand? And maybe we are we seeing a future which says that the marketing in IT business or IT marketing is over and it will only remain the sales of meeting a client kind of thing. How do you see the future of IT sales in a backdrop of artificial intelligence taking over?
Okay, so I consider AI is a solution. It's basically a media to increase the sales. We don't consider that as a threat, okay? Because we ourselves use AI, how do we enhance our product portfolio? How do we reach the personalization, the concept which Sir has talked about, Santosh has talked about? I think the same applies in in B2B industry as well today. That's what we use AI for. So I think it's a companion again. But what is important is cost is increasing. Your backend cost is increasing because AI requires a huge amount of computing power, and that increases the overall expenditure at a product level. So that's a raw material cost typically when we talk about in IT, right? So we cannot always think about using complete AI and building up technology on top of it. You basically have to have leveraging multiple solutions as well, right? Second thing is there are two types of industry that technology caters to, and that's typically a very high level segmentation. The one is B2B and the other one is B2C, right? And then B2B2C is another area, right? So service providers like our company, Sears, cater to all three areas, okay? It is not majorly B2C, but we basically do B2B and B2B2C. So my customers are e-commerce companies. So company like Ola is my customer. Now Ola catering to the individual customers is where B2B2C is an example, right? Flipkart is our customer as well. But at the same time, B2B is purely all the manufacturing companies that I have. So Hero MotoCorp is a company that we cater to. They are completely, again, they are industrial as well as the end customers too. So I feel segmentations are very important, and according to segmentation, the product needs to be delivered. First of all, needs to be understood and develop solutions around it. Now, what is important for every organization to sustain in the market, there is always alliances or a partnership is very needed with the right set of mindset and right set of companies that we do deal with, right? So our company is partnered with Google Cloud, or partnered with AWS, okay? Because the DNA matches, we have understood that these are the organizations that cater to specific industries and specific requirements, so we work accordingly. So I think it varies companies to companies, but this is what I feel. AI is becoming a way of life for everyone today.
Sir, historically, your industry is said to be an industry, at least in Indian context. It is not really a very big industry in India when we talk of security per se, because the moment we talk of security, people tend to start looking at companies like the quick heal kind of companies, and that's what security is all about. Historically, if we study your industry, security equipment per se as a whole, what is seen is that Indian consumers are funny consumers. We are more worried about protection rather than detection. We are more concerned that fine, if there is a thief at my door, I want to know who. I am not interested in ensuring that the thief doesn't come to my door. Now, this throws up the way I, as an academician, I understand your industry. This throws up a limitation for you in terms of pitching your product to the consumer, because consumer is already having a preconceived idea, which is a societal norm, so to say. How do you navigate this? And is this churn that is happening in the market, is it contributing to betterment for your industry marketing?
Yes. I will just pick from the last point, as you said. Every industry is important to the other industry. If I talk about the film industry they are only educating the people that there is so much crime and you need to, and how an investigator, and in the end it always shows that where is the proof, where is the video footage. So my thing has really helped by he investing and producing such good films. And then I correlate with Anmolji as well, that he is creating a buzz of cyber crime he's creating a buzz of all type of threats, or anybody is monitoring, and then your things can be how it is reaching the mass media level. So in the end, we have the same customers. I do have a customer, Flipkart. For all their warehouses, I'm supplying the CCTV cameras. But I think to operate the CCTV in a very right direction, I need the IT support. I need the main foundation so that I can prove the results. It's not a threat, but yes, as I said, it goes hand in hand, and people should be aware of the same. And people have started understanding, realizing. Earlier, for home segment, there was no market in India. People, you say, globally, there is an order. There were orders from US that you need to have surveillance. Okay, please install. But at the home, no. Now, as both the parents are working and kids are at home, so they feel that we should actually monitor it. So the way is to have CCTV cameras at home, so that they have they can concentrate on their actual work, and even can monitor from a remote location that their kids are safe and they are doing the activity what they have assigned in the morning to them. So awareness is increasing day by day, and this is very, very good thing that we are accepting this change. And I think we should be very, very thankful to the government, who is taking lot of initiative in education, in educating, and even our education level has grown very high, where there are now different degrees for AI mastering, machine learning mastering, so that we actually educate the ground level person. It's a last mile can only be achieved through AI and marketing. And the IT is playing a very, very big role. So Google, as he said, he is the god, I can say. And now to beat the ChatGPT, he has recently launched the new version of it. And we are looking forward to what is the difference between I will suggest everyone to take help of ChatGPT. It is really helping a lot, so that you have the data in place and then you can take the actions. It's just earlier we used to have mentors who used to guide us with their experience. Now data in place, we can take their advice. It's just like a library. You just filter out all the books and make your own project. So it's a good thing, which is really helping everyone. Thank you.
Use ChatGPT, my existence comes under threat. But on that note, I have a question for rather all of you, but then I'll start with you, sir. In typical marketing framework that we talk, we generally end up talking of the 4 Ps of marketing with product, price, place, promotion, and if I am talking of service, then I'll add some more dimensions to it, maybe people, maybe physical evidence or others. But then if I am to look at film as a industry and marketing of film, whether I am talking of a feature film or I am talking of some documentary or I am talking of a corporate film that you are making for some of your customers, what I realize is that you have that limitation. Your product is fixed, your price is fixed, or you have no negotiations on price. How do you actually play the game of marketing when half of the capabilities or the, what should I say, the arsenal that you have is not there? How is the marketing? And same applies, if I may add, same applies to Goodlot in terms of the services that you operate in. I don't think you have much of a leeway or flexibility when it comes to pricing. In terms of solutions, they are client-driven predominantly. What is the marketing role that you see happening to your industry or maybe to your industry also? Somewhat similar is the challenge that I see. Maybe starting with you, sir.
basically, if you're thinking of film, we think of it as a communication, which is a visual communication. Now, when you think of it as a visual communication, what I personally feel is emotional connect is the main thing which is required. If you're connected, you can speak with him, he can understand, that person will relate to it. And if you're making a film and you want to say something from the film, for you to reach that person or that consumer or that person who's watching it, the person has to completely watch the film, completely see the content which is there. And for that, if he's not connected to it, he will not watch it. We have nowadays, I think the patience level of people is hardly 30 seconds, 1 minute Insta Reels. So if you cannot connect within that time, you're lost. In the sense, even if I make a good film, I send it, within 5 seconds, if he's not interested, he'll scroll off, go to the other thing. So the thing is of connect. Now, connect has changed over the years. Initial thought process of connect was different. Currently, the thought process of connect is different. But the base remains is of connect. It can be emotional connect. It can be intellectual connect. It can be anything which you see, which you like, which you feel, which you understand very easily. That connect is there. So in a film, usually, when you say about a target audience, you think of a connect. How will I connect to that audience? So even if you take any product, I think it is the same, that you need to think, okay, I want to sell it to him or I want to reach him. What will connect this product to him, her, or whatever? So for the film, when we are thinking of a film, if we want a USP to be projected, if you want a point to be inserted, if you want a point to be highlighted, we think, how can we connect that point or that USP through emotions to that person, or he will recollect, yeah, this is what I like, this is what I feel, this is what I understand. So this is the connect that we normally use. Rest basically remains the same, because marketing, if you take principles, marketing theories, everything remains the same. That doesn't change. This is one connect which we feel. Even if we make it as a feature film, or if we're making it as a product film also, we need to understand what will instantly catch from this. So we highlight those things, but that has to be a connect. So that is what we usually follow.
I think, first of all, it's a very right question in today's world. Price cannot be constant. So that has changed the dynamics, frankly speaking. And then there is fifth P, which is also coming, called packaging. And packaging changes a lot. So there are companies which packages the same product in a different way and charge more. So price changes there. There are service-based organizations like ours in the market, which per hour rates are double the rates of most of the companies that exist in the market. And they earn, that's how they earn more. They focus limited customers, but then they earn more revenue. Okay, that's again the packaging. Very importantly, from a marketing standpoint, it's important to kind of do a segmentation, identify customers which are high-touch customers and which are low-touch customers. And low-touch becomes our run rate business. We should be focusing them as well. That doesn't mean, low-touch does not mean that we are not kind of touching it, but we are touching it via digital media, via a promotional packaging which will allow them to create interest and desire for people to test it, to try it, and enter into this product. And that's what a lot of applications which we use on our devices today has a freemium and a premium models, correct? And the whole idea of having both is freemium allows you to create a subscribers, which will ultimately, even if we have a 5% of those subscribers convert into premium, that's the kind of a revenue is being targeted by marketers. And high touch customers are a different ball game, considering there is a sales and marketing needs to work hand in hand in the industry today, because then there are consultants who are at customer's door and explaining what is this product all about and how it is going to get benefit for you in the long run. So these are my points.
So being into the sales, my ideas will only roam about on sales only. So first thing is that every company, every industry, everyone works for profits and margins. So if I am not able to crack a deal on price, I will rather think on volumes, because ultimately my company will look at what money I am getting at my pocket. So on that jargon, on that line, I will create some freebies. I will create what companies are doing and international trips, so that they they make the end customer buy that product. And with the volume, I can definitely reduce the price. So my perspective will only go on sales. These are the strategy I have been using it, and I have been awarded for that also. Thank you.
Uh, I'm reminded of a article in a very old 2016 article that came in Harvard Business Review, which talked of this transformation and things like that. It was mainly talking about collaboration, adaptability, personalization, something that we've already touched about. That article also spoke of pricing user-based, shift from the open price list era that maybe my generation lived with. But then it also talked about a very interesting dimension which generally is ignored, if I may say, and that was about the ecosystem within which your industry is operating. Now, everybody said this, and we generally always make a statement saying that the government of the day is doing a lot about developing the ecosystem. You spoke about data centers. We have become the GCC capital of the world. 1,600 capability centers already, going up to 2,500, and so on and so forth, which probably will help us in accessing the information more. But then, what in your opinion is the change that you see in ecosystem that could actually facilitate a better movement of marketing? Starting with you, sir, because the way I understand it, we might be saying that we are a $250 billion IT industry, but then the fact remains that the domestic market is hardly $50-55 billion, which in a way for me throws up a question saying that the ecosystem is not there, or maybe the market acceptability is not there. So does the ecosystem make a difference, and maybe IT industry would start focusing a little more on domestic market also, 140 crores and so on? Your comments on that, sir, as a marketeer, of course.
Yeah. No, I think definitely it is, since last, I think after COVID, things have started changing rapidly. Before that, it was as well changing it. India as a market has become very, very conducive for young professionals to actually come back or stay here and create opportunities. So there was a concept of brain drain during our initial time, I think before COVID. Things have started reversing now. There are so many professionals are coming back to India. They have identified that India has become a very good potential from a growth opportunities individually, right? And definitely, as sir also said, that government are coming up with so many policies as well, right? So startup ecosystem has developed this a lot, right? And it has become very, very important for a lot of companies to come up with. And the good part, what we are focusing is, there is a problem exists, there has to be a solution available, okay? And then there are so many problems exist today, which we don't have even a solution. And for those, we are dependent on the outer market. As a result, bringing those solutions back to India is very costly for us. So the problem persists as is. And that's the gap we are unable to fill unless startups start working and start creating solutions around those. So that's an opportunity that everybody has today. I think every one of you can actually come up with one company individually and deliver those solutions to those problems that exist in India.
Saurabh sir, you spoke about films contributing to your business. My question remains the same. How is the ecosystem of, and of course, maybe not the right thing to say sitting here, but then bad law and order situation helps your industry, if I may say that. But then how is the ecosystem contributing to or facilitating or hindering growth of marketing or professionalism in your industry, marketing professionalism?
Um, you see, India has become a global hub now. So a lot of companies like Apple, even Google, everyone coming in this market. And they themselves are educating that security has to be there. I need an employee to be safe and feel safe while working. And because of government, again a government initiative, they are empowering women. And women feel safe working in a data center at 12 o'clock just by knowing it that there is a system in place which is actually observing a third eye, and a very very good slogan given by my competitor, but it's a true thing कि ऊपर वाला देख रहा है. So Salman Khan has really done a big role in boosting our industry, and people have realized that this is really going to help. So the ecosystem is with me, and I am here to educate them with additional AI thing. I am giving them back now with the data points that now they can even do better what they thought they will get.
Sir, I'll slightly modify the same question for you. And I would say that, do you think that films as an industry is the ecosystem within which the other sectors of the economy are going to operate? And films, and when I say films, I repeat, I am not talking of feature films only. I'm talking of corporate films, I'm talking of documentaries, OTT platforms, everything put together. Do you think that the film or entertainment media industry as a whole plays the catalyst role in creating that ecosystem for the different sectors of economy?
Basically, if you take films and marketing and films, and with reference to industries, films do help industries in marketing. If you take a marketing role in the entertainment industry, it's huge because content sells and you need to sell content. So marketing plays a huge part into that. So basically entertainment industry, media industry, which is growing and which has grown over the last few years. And if you see post-COVID, there is a huge amount of growth into that. Marketing has got if you can say marketing students, you can say marketing people, marketing persons, marketing entrants have got a huge potential to sell content, to sell films, to sell whatever creatives are being made. Now, companies are also realizing that films can be a tool which can be used as a market. This, they have started realizing. Of course, realization was initially also there, but focus was on what was giving results. But after COVID, if you see, you have results being generated with reference to films, small films, or whatever you can say, small kind of graphics, small kind of graphical films also, informative films also, which are being used and which can generate results for marketing. So this has grown and started growing rather for the last 3-4 years, which is there. So if you talk about scope, yes, there is a huge scope in the entertainment industry. And most of the entertainment industry, if you see, is being driven by marketing people. Because see, even if I create content, it has to sell. Otherwise, my content is of no use. So I need market and I need marketing people. So even if I create good content, I need to have a good marketing person or a good marketing strategy to sell it, or at least to make it reach to people. So yes, content creation is easier for our industry, but we need good marketing people, we need good marketing strategies, we need good marketing planning, along with industries, for example, IT industry also, because now most of it has shifted to OTT platforms also. So using that industry and using this industry and this content which is being created, we need to, we need to create people who can understand both this as a content also and as a marketing, using it as a marketing tool also. It grows, it has grown, and it is going to grow more because people are more reliant on, instead of reading, they are more interested into seeing visuals, seeing images, seeing and having someone to show something to you rather than me exploring. This is what usually most people are more into right now. They want everything to be seen. But if I see, okay, this is fine. I'm less of into exploring mode, so I'm less into reading. Percentage has gone down to read and then understand and then visualize. If I can get which is visualized for me and shown clearly, I can understand it much easily. This is what is happening right now. So you have most of the contents which are being sold, most of the products which are being sold, B2C especially, by using social media, by using films, small kind of films, small kind of animation, small graphics. And this is increasing. If you watch from say 2020 to 24, this has increased a lot, and this is still going to increase more. Many of them have started their own channels, many of them have started their own marketing kind of filmmakings, and this has been driven through technology because technology has become accessible to these people. Earlier it was not easily accessible. Now most of the technology being accessible also has helped people to create content and use that content to sell also.
I agree. In last 7 to 8 years, digital content has grown from 5% to 40% of the total advertising spent. But then let me come to something of interest to the audience and us. Before I go on and open the session for questions by the students, one comment from all of you, a quick comment, and that is, if these people are to come into your industry as marketing roles, what is that they should be doing to prepare themselves, and what is that they should be expecting? Starting with you, sir.
So it's an honor to address the complete audience who are our future marketing people. Every industry needs some different strategy to push their product, and it all revolves from the concept and the steps that are taken by marketing. If at all you want to come or join any industry, you should have a thorough knowledge of that product or the industry, and you should have your own ideas and own concepts. Like sir also said, here everyone is sitting and they can be entrepreneurs also. So we will love you all to be entrepreneurs and real marketers so that you can give a good solution. For that you need to really work hard in this age, collecting the data, understanding the industry, and then implementing where you have joined that particular place.
I think it's very important question also for the audience. Thank you for asking, because it should relate to them only. Otherwise, that will become very boring for all of you guys. I think individually, what is important is connected to the changing technology, right? It should be upgraded. Like you would be upgrading your knowledge about the technology that exists in the market. So that's first thing. Second, I'm sure not everybody here would be focusing only on marketing. It could be there various functions that you would be doing, right? Sticking to that kind of a function, there is it is important that you continue to read ideally. One is definitely your syllabus that you are completing, you continue to do so with really great marks and CGPA scores and all that. But I feel that you would be reading beyond your syllabus as well. Something relevant to today's industries, the companies that we are working. It's very important for individual to create top 10 companies or 15 companies that you want to target. You want to work in these organizations. Not immediately after the college, but next 5 years down the line. You probably, after the college, join in a small company. You should not worry joining there because learning takes place in such companies at maximum. Go there, learn a lot, and learn by doing, right? That will help you in reaching to the dream company that you have chosen today. So it's, and you stick to that plan. So it requires, very importantly, it requires hardly 30 minutes to create a very solid plan, but it requires a discipline every day, either 1 hour or 2 hours, to continue living in that dream and fulfilling that dream. Okay, so that's the kind of a work that you need to create as well. So you are in a college, the way you attend your classes, you create 1 hour class of your own individually and attend yourself, whether it is early morning or it is late night or in between the day as well. But you put dedicated 1 hour of yours in reaching to that particular goal or dream company that you want to join. Now that could be your own company that you want to start, which is entrepreneurship we are talking about. So these are the things I think it's very important. Discipline is the destiny. I was talking to one person, and that's a book I read, and I think you guys should also read. It's by Ryan Holiday, the author. Discipline is destiny. It's very important.
So, your word of advice and suggestions?
With reference to media industry, with reference to, I think with reference to say job and all that, I don't think I'll be the right person to do because I've been freelancing for the last 20 years. So, yeah, but yes, with reference to being in the industry, put in a lot of hours. You will need to put in a lot of hours. 9 to 5 job you'll have to forget. Start thinking creatively. Start thinking out of the box. For even specific regular tasks also, you can think out of the box. This is basically the thing which is required for creative these things. Text, that is written things, blogs, images, videos, all can be used as a tool for marketing, for sales, even for promotions, for publicities, for any kind of things. When to use what, start understanding where it is more effective, where it is less effective. So if these kind of tools you're comfortable with, or if you start understanding, or if you keep on taking insights, great learnings, this industry is huge. For marketing people, it's huge. There are creators, but in this industry, marketers are very few great marketers. So yes, media industry needs probably most of you sitting here, and they'll thrive actually if you can understand the nuances. You will thrive because there's a lot of gap in between creations and reaching to that. You have got a lot of huge potential for in this industry actually.
I know. I can vouch for that based on my own experience. If there were 10 creators, there was one marketeer.
Yeah, right.
That is, whereas in real world, it should have been the other way around. One production guy, 10 marketing people. Yeah, there is a huge demand-supply gap in terms of skilled marketeers in media entertainment industry. But then that's something my experience ages ago. Having said that, I open the floor to the questions by the audience if there are any. Otherwise, there are a couple of questions that have come to me from the students. I'll take them. Any questions? Any question? not, then
I think it's a very heavy topic after the lunch.
yeah, looks like that. Looks like that. Or maybe they were already somewhere else. uh, okay, then there were. I'll take up the questions that came to me. Sir, you being the sales, a hardcore sales person, if I may say, sales department, sales function person, uh, is this new technology shift that is happening or the transformation that is happening in the marketplace, all kinds of complexities, I need not repeat them again. Are there any major challenges that you see happening? Because what we academicians teach in the book says that you do some prospecting, suspecting, prospecting, pre-approach, approach, presentation, negotiation, close cycle. Is the cycle remains the same, or there is going to be some change happening in that cycle?
So every development or every product has two sides of it. Yes, AI definitely have a other side of it. And as you all and we all are from India, in India there are almost different states, different languages, and different culture. And if we go with AI, then we are not going to be successful, because it will just give us standard data which he has collected or she has collected and given to you. So here, human being play a very, very important role, where you, according to you, just take AI and these all digital things as a byproduct or as a reference, and implement your strategy on the region or the vertical you are into. So we should 100% not depend on AI, but we should add our own brains also. And everyone here is a marketing guy. They should use it. And as the science says, the health says, that there is always an inner energy in you which can take the right decisions. It's called as the subconscious mind. So I will insist everyone to use their subconscious mind. There is a very basic book. I will recommend everyone to read it. It's the power of your subconscious mind. You want to become a GM, just manifest it. You will get the ideas, you will get it rolling, and you will achieve it. Thank you.
Oh, subconscious mind. Sir, on specifically on IT sales, what we see happening is that there is too much of a data floating around in the market. As a marketeer, is data overload a challenge that a marketeer of IT industry facing? Because historically it used to be that getting the C-suite data itself used to take months and years for somebody, and then it was a defined process that everybody was doing. But today what is happening is that there is too much of a data floating in the marketplace. We've reached a stage where even LinkedIn profiles are multiple for people. That's data overload as I would see it. So is the data overload leading to complexity of marketing in IT industry? Okay. IT marketing in particular.
Got it. Okay, I feel that's correct to an extent as well, because data overload will actually create duplication basically, right? Redundancy of the data. As a result, you are consuming extra resources within the organization. So these are some of the areas of concern for the companies. The other piece from a marketing standpoint, if you ask me, there are so many very innovative technologies that exist in the market. Some of the platforms like HubSpot, some of the platforms like reaching mass mailing as well, called MailChimp, right? Then there are so many other technologies that help you in kind of get rid of these problems and challenges. Okay. Then now overload of data is one problem, but at the same time, is marketing aligned with the objectives of the organization core values and the core targeted customers typically, and the data that we have, we need to map to it as well. As a result, the positioning needs to be created. Okay, so one way to use these technologies to reach out to the customers, that is one way. But reaching to customers with what positioning or what message is very important. That is where the objective of the organization, the mission, vision, as well as the purpose of the organization comes into picture. Right? Mission as an piece which involves very importantly to understand which are the customers that you need to target. As I was talking about high touch, low touch customers, we need to identify where we need to utilize marketing, where we need to utilize consultants, which is direct sales. Right?
So is the technology facilitating this?
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. And I always feel in an organization there is also a concept called PPT. Most of us knows PPT as PowerPoint, correct? But then the PPT in the organization, we call it as people, process, technology. It's very important because end of the day, people drives the objective. Processes allows you to drive it faster and reach to the goal, the direction that company has decided. And technology facilitates that it will be able to do it, correct, and we'll be able to actually reach it. So I think it's very important that all these three things are aligned. I deal with a technology that is connected with people more because we are in the mission of providing a technology for the organizations that changes the way they are connecting with the interfaces, right? We are talking and selling the solutions in the market that is changing from a device dependent platform to a device agnostic. What does it mean is you can pick up any machine and you can start working on your data where you have left it in the earlier machine. So that's the kind of a technology that we live in. And that's what we want to kind of propose. There is a huge gap we feel in the industries today because there are so many core industries, typically the verticals like manufacturing, automotive, healthcare, pharma. Because of the legacy environment that they have invested, they are unable to move out of it. So transformation becomes a different story altogether. They are unable to even migrate some of the applications to a simple browser-based applications also. What we use Gmail today, people are still dependent on a local hardware server-based machines, and they are unable to do so. So that's the kind of a problem that industries live in today. And that's where the companies and the organizations which focuses on technology able to quickly cross them in terms of revenue, in terms of the products and the solutions that they deliver to the market.
So doesn't it, I'm getting tempted to ask this question,
sure.
But doesn't it throw up a obvious kind of a situation where there is a market where people are required, which industry is not getting, and it comes to me as a paradox. I have students who are not getting jobs of everyone, not everyone, but a good lot of their liking or of their interest area. So that takes me to the next question for all of you. What is that we as academicians should be doing to ensure that for your industry, the students are ready on day one?
Sure. So I don't know if that works, but one of the idea is continue to have such interactions more, right? We do conduct workshops at our customer places where we want to sell our products to a larger audience at customers, right? Can we have industry workshops or industry visits for the students as well? Then, we'll not be in a position to straight away change the syllabus.
Yes, even we would.
But I think importantly, sessions performed by the industry experts experienced people from varied industries should be coming and talking about what are the new technology that exist and how a student of or young professionals can straight away jump into those because of the technology and because of the kind of a media which is available. Like YouTube has become a biggest education solution today, I feel, right? One can open, everybody has it in their own palms. They just have to open and stick to one technology that they want to learn. They learn it completely. It's like a syllabus. There's a marketing book that you need to finish for an exam. There is a topic that you can pick up in YouTube, complete all the videos related to that topic, and become an expert in that topic, which is probably connected to your syllabus too. So in a way, when you are sitting in an exam, when you are sitting in an interview, see, industries would also ask you similar questions what you have done in your MBA. Okay, at least during the interview. That's a different story when you start working in real life. That will hardly it'll come. But for clearing the interviews, it's important that your concepts are clear. People or companies want to see how creatively you can think about a problem and providing a solution around it. Bookish is not important.
Same. What is the media entertainment industry that?
I would love to take a workshop if they're interested. That's basically. I feel if you are really interested into say media industry. Media industry is more of a practical oriented thing. So either you have to do it or you have to see it being done. Or you have to, what you can say, be involved in being done. So probably people involved currently with this that is happening will, yes, of course, they will be learning, like camera and all that being in-house team, which I heard. So yes, you can observe, be a part of it, you can learn, you can get advantage. With reference to books, only the basic theories, what you can say, basic one-line theories which are there are applied most of the times. Rest of all is what you can give from your within, which is extra that you can give. It can be out of the box, it can be creative, it can be some new thoughts, new concept, new ideas, which is there. So start thinking, start understanding, start watching, start learning. In the sense, not only with reference to books, not only with reference to your educations, you can watch anything, but you can watch content, start understanding why this is, what this is, thinking, why this has been done. Even if you watch films, you should understand why this has been done, why this is there, because usually films and everything has got an emotional connect, which you read, okay, this is why I like this. Okay, so this is an idea which is connecting to me, so probably I can use similar kind of thing to connect to some another person, which I can use in a, say, marketing tool, or in, say, in a brochure which I design, or a letter that I write, or a one-line flyer that I write, kind of things. So these are small things which you need to understand technically. See, understanding filmmaking technically is not a process unless and until you want to be a technician. But understanding the creative process or the thought process which is there is more important for that, and how you can use it. So if you can read, well and good. If you can watch, it's excellent. But yes, try to get a feel of it by being a part of things that are being organized, things that are being, see, because this organizing is also a part of a media industry. So if you can be a part of it, start understanding, okay, how this happens, how this goes on, you will get a better understanding, and also you will think whether, yes, whether really I am passionate about it, joining, yes or no. You will get that feel there and then only.
So in my view, I think you should look at the industry which is evolving, which is out in a growth path. So my industry is currently evolving. I was only showing the videos, then I started putting AI into it. Now I am taking help of IoT platforms, so that just by sitting here, I can monitor everything across the globe also I can do now. So you should really focus and decide that you want to join a industry which is evolving, because your efforts will only be recognized if you have done some change in that industry. Earlier I was in the lighting industry, and there was a point when lighting industry was not growing. So I made it a mind to join an industry, and I happen to connect to this security industry. And in this industry, I have now an experience of more than 18 years, because every day this industry is evolving, and again the future is really, really bright. So I'm looking ahead people joining my industry and my company as well. Thank you.
Yeah. Uh, can I summarize whatever has been said with one word, and that is, whatever may happen, whether AI comes, generative AI comes, or the different forms of AI comes, one thing that will not go away is the emotional connect, as he coined it. So whether it is the sales of technology, hardware, technology-based hardware, or the solution selling, or maybe the creative side, the emotional connect and the need to understand the emotional connect is something that is not going away in near foreseeable future, and marketing is something which is the building blocks or the fundamentals remain as it is. I think I would call it a wrap on that and hand it over to the bosses, the masters of the ceremony there.
Thank you, sir. I will now request Dr. Sudip Limye, sir, to deliver vote of thanks.
The most important thing that I would say is thank you for taking time out for us, because what happens is that we do get students to sit here and somebody to give some lecture or the other, but what we wanted was that we give them a flavor of different industries. And we thank you to you, we were able to do that, and of course the senior faculties who coordinated all this. I just happened to be sitting here, but the others coordinated. And most important, thank you for the audience, barring those few who were busy on their phones. Thank you for patiently listening to whatever the expert had to say. I'm sure we have a lot of takeaway from whatever has been said, and there are some suggestions as pointed out. We would be taking them up separately with each one of you. Thank you once again.
I request Dr. Sudip Limye, sir, to kindly felicitate the panelists with a memento as a token of gratitude and appreciation.
Thank you, sir, and thank you to all our guests, speakers, and audience members for making this session truly engaging.